Chapter 1. Tiernan. It's strange. The tire swing in the yard is the only thing that makes it look like a kid lives here. There were never any drawings in the house, none on the fridge or walls, no children's books on the shelves, no shoes by the front door or floaties in the pool. It's a couple's home, not a family's. I stare out the window, watching the tire sway back and forth in the breeze as it hangs from the oak, and absently rub the red ribbon in my hair between my fingers, feeling the comfort of the smooth surface. He always had time to push her on the swing, didn't he? He had time for her, and she for him. Walkie-talkies shoot off beeps and white noise somewhere behind me, while footfalls hit the stairs and doors slam above me. The police and paramedics are busy upstairs, but they'll want to talk to me soon, I'm sure. I swallow, but I don't blink. I'd thought the tire swing was for me when he installed it 10 years ago. I was allowed to play on it, but my mother was the one who really loved it. I used to watch them out my bedroom window late at night, my father pushing her, and the magic of their play and laughter making me want to be in the middle of it. But I knew as soon as they saw me, the magic would change. It would disappear. So I stayed at my window and only ever watched, like I still do. I bite the corner of my mouth, watching a green leaf flutter past the swing and land inside the tire where my mother sat countless times. The image of her white nightgown and light hair flowing through the night as she swung on it is still so vivid, because the last time was only yesterday. A throat clears behind me, and I finally blink, dropping my eyes. "Did they say anything to you?" Mirai asks me with tears in her voice. I don't turn around, but after a moment I give a slow shake of my head. "When did you last speak to them?" I can't answer that. I'm not sure. Behind me, I feel her approach, but she stops several feet back as the clank of the first ambulance gurney jostles and creaks down the stairs and is carried from the house. I tip my chin up, steeling myself at the distant commotion outside as the paramedics open the front door. The calls and questions, the horns honking as more people arrive beyond the gates, where the media can no doubt see the body being wheeled out. When did I last speak to my parents? "The police found some medications in your parents' bathroom," Mirai broaches in her soft voice. "They have your father's name on them, so they called the doctor and learned that he had cancer, Tiernan." I don't move. "They never said anything to me," she tells me. "Did you know your father was sick?" I shake my head again, still watching the tire sway. I hear her swallow. "Apparently he tried treatments, but the disease was aggressive," she says. "The doctor said he wasn't going to last the year, honey." A gust of wind picks up outside, churning the swing, and I watch the rope spin the tire as it twists. It looks like they..." Mirai trails off, unable to finish her thought. I know what it looks like. I knew when I found them this morning. Toulouse, my mother's Scottish terrier, was clawing at the door and begging to get into their bedroom, so I cracked it open. The thought occurred to me that it was weird they weren't up yet, but I let the dog in anyway. Just before I closed it again, though, my eyes shot up, and I saw them. On the bed, in each other's arms, fully dressed. He wore his favorite Givenchy suit, and she was in the Oscar de la Renta gown she wore to the Cannes Film Festival in 2013. He had cancer. He was dying. They knew, and my mother had decided not to let him leave without her. She decided there was nothing else without him. Nothing else. A sting hits the back of my eyes, but it's gone almost immediately. "The police haven't found a note," Mirai says. "Did you find..." But I turn my head, meeting her eyes, and she instantly falls silent. What a stupid question. I lock my jaw, swallowing the needles in my throat. Over all the years of nannies and boarding schools and summer camps where I was kept busy and raised by anyone but them, I'd found little pain in anything my parents did anymore. But it seems there are still parts of me to hurt. They didn't leave me a note. Even now, there was nothing they wanted to say to me. I blink away the tears and turn back around, trying to stare hard at the swing again as it twists and glides back and forth in the wind. I hear Mirai sniffle and sob quietly behind me because she knows. She knows what I'm feeling because she's been here since the beginning. After another minute, I see her outside the window, walking past me, and I hadn't even realized she'd left the room. She carries shears in her hand and charges right up to the tire swing, and as she raises the scissors to the rope, I clench my fists under my arms and watch her press the handles together, working through the rope until the tire hangs by twine and eventually falls to the ground. A single tear finally falls, and for the first time since I've been home all summer, I feel something like love. Hours later, the sun has set, the house is quiet again, and I'm alone. Almost alone. Reporters are still lingering beyond the gates. Mirai wanted me to come home with her to the small one-bedroom she was certainly paid more than enough not to have to live in. But since she had always been here night and day, and traveling wherever my mother went, it made more sense not to keep an apartment at all, much less rent a bigger one. I politely declined. She took Toulouse, since that dog gets along with me about as well as he would a wet cat, and she said she'd be back first thing in the morning. I should have been nicer to her. When she offered to stay here instead, I just wanted everyone gone. The noise and attention made me nervous, and I don't want to hear all the phone calls Mirai has to make tonight, which will just be a reminder of how all hell is breaking loose out in the world and on social media. They're saying things about my parents. They're speculating about me, no doubt. The pity. The predictions of when I'll follow my mom and dad, either by overdose or my own suicide. Everyone has an opinion and thinks they know everything. If I thought I lived in a fishbowl before. I walk back to the stove, letting out a breath. My parents left me to deal with this shit. Steam rises from the pot, and I turn off the burner and pour the ramen into a bowl. I rub my dry lips together and stare at the yellow broth as my stomach growls. I haven't eaten or drank anything all day, but I'm not sure I had any intention of eating this when I finally wandered into the kitchen tonight to make it. I just always liked the process of cooking things. The recipe, the procedure. I know what to do. It's meditative. I wrap my hands around the bowl, savoring the heat coursing through the ceramic and up my arms. Chills break out over my body and I almost swallow, but then I realize it'll take more energy than I have. They're dead, and I haven't cried. I'm just more worried about tomorrow and handling everything. I don't know what to do, and the idea of forcing small talk with studio executives or old friends of my parents over the weeks to come as I bury my mother and father and deal with everything I've inherited makes the bile rise in my throat. I feel sick. I can't do it. I can't do it. They knew I didn't have the skills to deal with situations like this. I can't smile or fake things I'm not feeling. Digging chopsticks out of the drawer, I stick them in the bowl and pick it up, carrying it upstairs. I reach the top and don't pause as I turn away from their bedroom door and head left, toward my own room. Carrying the bowl to my desk, I pause, the smell of the ramen making my stomach roll. I set it down and move to the wall, sliding down until I'm sitting on the floor. The cool hardwood eases my nerves, and I'm tempted to lie down and rest my face on it. Is it weird I stayed in the house tonight when they died just down the hall this morning? The coroner estimated the time of death about 2 a.m. I didn't wake up until 6. My mind races, caught between wanting to let it go and wanting to process how everything happened. Mirai is here every day. If I didn't find them, she would have. Why didn't they wait until I'd gone back to school next week? Did they even remember I was in the house? I let my head fall back against the wall and lay my arms over my bent knees, closing my burning eyes. They didn't leave me a note. They dressed up, they put the dog out, they scheduled Mirai to come late this morning instead of early. They didn't write me a note. Their closed door looms ahead of me, and I open my eyes, staring across my bedroom, through my open door, down the long hallway, and to their room at the other end of the hall. The house sounds the same. Nothing has changed. But just then, a small buzz whirs from somewhere, and I blink at the faint sound, dread bringing me back to reality. What is that? I thought I turned off my phone. Reporters note of field requests for comment through my parents' representatives, but that doesn't stop the greedy ones, of which most are, from digging up my personal cell number. I reach up, pawing for my phone on my desk, but when I press the power button, I see that it's still off. The buzzing continues, and just as realization dawns, my heart skips a beat. My private cell, the one buried in my drawer. Only my parents and Mirai had that number. It was a phone for them to reach me if anything was urgent, since they knew I turned off my other one a lot. They never used that number, though, so I never kept it on me anymore. Pushing up on my knees, I reach into my desk drawer and pull the old iPhone off its charger and fall back to the floor, looking at the screen. Colorado? I don't know anyone in Colorado. This phone never gets calls, though. It could be a reporter who somehow tracked down the phone, but then it's not registered under my name, so I doubt it. I answer it. Hello? Tiernan? The man's voice is deep, but there's a lilt of surprise in it, like he didn't expect me to answer. Or he's nervous. It's Jake Vanderberg, he says. Jake Vanderberg. Your uncle, Jake Vanderberg. And then I remember. My father's brother, he finishes for me. Stepbrother, actually, yes. I completely forgot. Jake Vanderberg had rarely been mentioned in this house. I didn't grow up with any relatives, so I'd completely blanked on the fact that I had one. My mother grew up in foster care, never knew her father, and had no siblings. My dad only had an estranged younger stepbrother I'd never met. I had no aunts, uncles, or cousins growing up, and my father's parents were dead, so I didn't have grandparents either. There's only one reason he's calling me after 17 years. I mumble, searching for words. My mother's assistant will be handling the funeral arrangements. If you need the details, I don't have them. I'll give you her number. I'm not coming to the funeral. I still for a moment. His voice is on edge. And he hasn't offered condolences for my loss, which is unusual. Not that I need them, but why is he calling then? Does he think my father wrote him into his will? Honestly, he might have. I have no idea. But before I can ask him what he wants, he clears his throat. Your father's attorney called me earlier, Tiernan, he tells me. Since I'm your only living relative, and you're still underage, your parents apparently left you in my care. In his care? Apparently. Sounds like this is news to him, too. I don't need anyone's care. He continues. You'll be 18 in a couple months, though. I'm not going to force you to do anything, so don't worry. Okay. I hesitate for a moment, not sure if I feel relieved or not. I didn't have time to process the reminder that I wasn't a legal adult, and what that meant now that my parents were gone, before he assured me that it wouldn't mean anything. My life won't change. Fine. I'm sure growing up in that life, he says, you're a hell of a lot more world-wise than we are, and can take pretty good care of yourself by now anyway. We? I murmur. My sons and I, he says. Noah and Caleb. They're not much older than you, actually. Maybe a few years. So I have cousins. Or step-cousins. Whatever, it's basically nothing. I play with the light blue thread on my sleep shorts. "I just wanted to reach out to tell you that," he finally says. "If you want to emancipate yourself, you'll get no argument from me. I have no interest in making anything harder for you by uprooting you from your life." I stare at the thread, pinching it between my nails as I pull it tight. Okay then. "Well, thank you for calling." And I start to pull the phone away from my ear, but then I hear his voice again. "Do you want to come here?" I bring the phone back to my ear. "I didn't mean to sound like you weren't welcome," he says. "You are. I just thought—" He trails off and I listen. He chuckles. "It's just that we have a pretty secluded life here, Tiernan," he explains. "It's not much fun for a young woman, especially one who has no idea who the hell I am, you know?" His tone turns solemn. "Your dad and I, we never saw eye to eye." I sit there, saying nothing. I know it would be polite to talk to him, or maybe he expects me to ask questions, like what happened between him and my father. Did he know my mother? But I don't want to talk. I don't care. "Did he tell you we lived in Colorado?" Jake asks softly. "Close to Telluride, but up in the mountains." I draw in a breath and release it, winding the thread around my finger. "It's not a far ride to town in nice weather, but we get snowed in for months at a time during the winter," he goes on. "Very different from your life." I raise my eyes, letting them slowly drift around the barren room I've barely ever slept in. Shelves filled with books I never finished reading. A desk piled with pretty journals I liked buying but hardly wrote in. I thought about decorating in here during breaks at home, but as with everything else, the wallpaper was never purchased because I could never decide. I have no imagination. Yeah, my life. The weight of my parents' door looms ahead of me down the hall. "Snowed in," he said, "for months at a time. No cable, no noise, no Wi-Fi sometimes," he says. "Just the sounds of the wind and the falls and the thunder." My heart aches a little, and I don't know if it's his words or his voice. Just the sounds of the wind and the falls and the thunder. Sounds amazing, actually. All of it sounds kind of nice. No one can get to you. "My boys are used to the seclusion," he tells me. "But you—" I pick up the thread again and twist it around my finger. "But me? I came out here when I wasn't much older than you," he muses, and I can hear the smile in his voice. "I had soft hands and a head full of shit I didn't know what to do with. I was barely alive." Needles prick my throat, and I close my eyes. "There's something to be said for sweat and sun," he sighs. "Hard work, solace, and keeping busy. We've built everything we have here. It's a good life." Maybe that's what I need, to run away like he did at my age, dive into anything different, because the only thing I feel anymore is tired. "Have you had a good life?" he nearly whispers. I keep my eyes closed, but I feel like I have a truck sitting on my lungs. "I've had a great life. I have a closet full of all the designer clothes and bags everyone expects a famous star's daughter to own. I've been to 24 countries and I can buy anything I want. My home is huge. My fridge is stocked. How many people would happily trade places with me? How lucky am I?" "Do you want to come here, Tiernan?" he asks again. Chapter 2. Tiernan. I pull off my wireless headphones and let them rest around my neck as I take a look around the room. Their baggage claim area only has 2 carousels. It's like a bathroom at LAX. Is he here? I spin around, trying to recognize someone I've never met, but he'll probably know me before I know him anyway. Our family's pictures are hard to avoid online right now. Following the crowd, I head to the second conveyor belt and wait for the luggage to be dropped. I probably brought way too much, especially since there's a good chance I won't stay long. But honestly, I wasn't thinking. He emailed a ticket, told me I could use it or not, and I just grabbed my suitcases and started loading. I was too relieved to have something to do. I check my phone to make sure I didn't miss a call from him saying where to meet, and I see a text from Mirai instead. Just giving you a heads up, the coroner will confirm the cause of death by the end of the week. It will make the news. If you need to talk, I'm here. Always. I inhale a deep breath, but I forget to let it go as I slip my phone in my back pocket. Cause of death. We know how they died. All the religious nutcases on Twitter are presently condemning my parents as sinners for taking their own lives, and I couldn't look at it. While I could say whatever I wanted about my problems with Hannes and Amelia de Haas, I didn't want to hear bullshit from strangers who didn't know them. I should turn off my phone. I pinch my eyebrows together. I should go home. I don't know this guy, and I don't like the people I do know. But last night, nothing sounded better than getting out of there. The carousel starts to spin, snapping me out of my head, and I watch as the bags start appearing. One of my black suitcases moves toward me, and I reach down to grab it, but another hand suddenly appears, lifting it for me instead. I shoot up, coming face to face with a man. Well, not face to face exactly. He stares down at me, and I open my mouth to speak, but I can't remember anything. His eyes are almost frozen, and he doesn't blink as we stand there locked. Is this him? I know my father's stepbrother is of Dutch descent, same as my dad, and this guy certainly got the whole 6'2" athletic look with short-cropped dark blonde hair and blue eyes, whose slight amusement betrays his stern-set jaw and intimidating presence. You're Jake? I ask. Hi. Hi? His gaze doesn't leave me, and for a moment I can't pull away either. I knew he and my father weren't blood, but for some reason I thought they'd look similar. I don't know why. My expectation was completely off, though, and it didn't occur to me that there was an age difference between them. Jake has to be at least 10 years younger than Hannes, late 30s, maybe early 40s. Perhaps that had something to do with them not getting along, in two totally different places, so not much in common growing up. We stand there for a moment, and I feel like this is the point where most people would hug or something, but I take a step back and away from him, just in case. He doesn't come in for an embrace, though. Instead, his eyes flash to the side, and he gestures. This one, too? His voice is deep, but soft, like he's a little bit scared of me, but not scared of anything else. My heart speeds up. What did he ask me? Oh, the luggage. I look over my shoulder, seeing my other black case trailing this way. I nod once, waiting for it to come down the line to us. How did you know it was me? I asked him, remembering how he just grabbed my suitcase without a word to confirm my identity. But he laughs to himself. I close my eyes for a moment, remembering he's probably seen pictures of me somewhere, so it wasn't hard to figure out. Right, I murmur. Excuse me, he says, reaching past me to grab the second case. I stumble back a step, his body brushing into mine. He pulls it off the belt and adds, "And you're the only one here with Louis Vuitton luggage, so..." I shoot him a look, noticing the jeans with dirt-stained knees and the $7 gray t-shirt he wears. You know Louis? I ask. More than I care to, he replies, and then fixes me with a look. I grew up in that life too, remember? That life. He says it as if labels and luxury negate any substance. People may live different realities, but the truth is always the same. I clear my throat, reaching out for one of the cases. I can take something. It's okay. He shakes his head. We're good. I carry my pack on my back and hold the handle of my carry-on while he grips my two rolling suitcases. I'm ready to move, but he's looking down at me, something timid but also amazed in his eyes. What? I ask. "No, sorry," he says, shaking his head. "You just look like your mother." I drop my eyes. It's not the first time I've heard that, and it's a compliment, to be sure. My mother was beautiful, charismatic, statuesque. It just never makes me feel good, though, as if everyone sees her first. Gray eyes, blonde hair, although mine is the natural sandy shade while hers was colored to look more golden. My darker eyebrows are my own, though, a small source of pride. I like how they make my eyes pop. He inhales a deep breath. "Any more?" he asks, and I assume he's talking about my luggage. I shake my head. "Okay, let's hit the road." He leads the way toward the exit, and I follow closely behind as we maneuver our way through the sparse crowd and outside. As soon as we step into the sun, I inhale the thick, late August air, smelling the black top and the trees lining the parking lot beyond. The breeze tickles the hair on my arms, and even though the sky is cloudless and everything is green, I feel tempted to unwrap the jacket tied around my waist and put it on. We cross the walkway, barely needing to look for cars because traffic is worse in line for the valet at my parents' country club on a Sunday afternoon. I like it. No horns or woofers shaking the pavement. He stops behind a black truck, but instead of popping down the tailgate, he just hauls my suitcase over the side and into the bed. Reaching back, he takes my other case and does the same. I pick up my carry-on to help, but he quickly grabs that one too, the tight cords in his arm flexing and shining in the sun. I should have traveled lighter, I think out loud. He turns. "It's not just a visit." Yeah, maybe. I'm still not sure, but I thought it was best to bring enough for the long haul if I decided to stay. We climb into the truck and I put my seatbelt on as he starts the engine. On reflex, I reach for my headphones around my neck, but I stop. It would be rude to tune him out, having just met him. My parents never took issue, but they asked me not to wear them around others. I release the headphones and stare at the radio instead. Please let music be playing. And as soon as the truck rumbles to life, the radio lights up, playing Kryptonite loudly, and for a second I'm relieved. Small talk hurts. He pulls out of the parking lot, and I clasp my hands on my lap, turning my head out the window. "So I checked into it," he says over the radio. "We have an online high school that can take care of you." I turn my eyes on him. He explains, "We have a lot of kids here who are needed on the ranches and such, so it's pretty common to homeschool or complete classes online." Oh, I relax a little. For a moment, I thought he expected me to attend school. I had prepared myself for living in a new place, but not getting accustomed to new teachers and classmates. I barely knew the ones I'd been with for the past 3 years. Either way, he needn't have bothered. I took care of it. "I can stay at Bryn Mawr," I tell him, turning my eyes back out the window. My school in Connecticut was happy to work with my absence. My teachers have already emailed my syllabi, and I'll be able to complete everything online. The highway starts to give way to the sporadic homes along the side of the road, some 80s-style ranches with rusty chain-link fences, bungalows, and even a craftsman, all hugged by the dark needles of the tall evergreens around their yards. "Good," Jake says. "That's good. Let them know, though, that you can be offline for spells as the Wi-Fi at my place is spotty and completely goes out during storms. They might want to send your assignments in bulk, so you don't get behind during that downtime." I look over at him, seeing him glance away from the road to meet my eyes. I nod. "But who knows," he muses. "You might just be running for the hills after a week up at the cabin. Because..." He cocks his head, joking, "No malls or caramel macchiatos close by." I turn my eyes back out my window, mumbling, "I don't drink caramel macchiatos." It's reasonable for him to anticipate that maybe I won't feel comfortable with them or that I'll miss my life back home, but suggesting I'm a prima donna who can't live without a Starbucks is kind of dicky. I guess we can thank TV for the rest of the world thinking California girls are all valley twits and tube tops, But with droughts, wildfires, earthquakes, mudslides, and 1/5 of the nation's serial killings happening on our turf, we're tough, too. We drive for a while, and thankfully he doesn't talk more. The town appears ahead, and I can make out carved wooden statues and a main street of square buildings all attached to each other on both sides. People loiter on the sidewalks, talking to each other, while potted flowers hang from the light posts, giving the place a quaint, cared-for vibe. Teenagers sit on their tailgates where they're parked on the curb, and I take in the businesses, everything mom and pop and nothing chain. I look up, seeing the large hanging banner right before we drive under it. Chapel Peak Smokin' Summerfest, August 26th through the 29th. Chapel Peak. This isn't Telluride, I say, turning my eyes on him. I said it was outside of Telluride, he corrects. Way outside of Telluride. Even better, actually. Telluride was a famous ski destination. Lots of shops and high-end fare. This will be different. I want different. I watch the shops pass by. Grindhouse Cafe, Porter's Post Office, the Cheery Cherry ice cream shop, I turn my head to take in the cute red and white pinstriped awning as we pass a small shop, and almost smile. A candy store. I used to love candy stores. I haven't been inside one in years. Rebels Pebbles, I read the sign. It sounds so Wild West. Do you have your license? He asks. I turn my head back, facing front, and nod. Good. He pauses, and I can feel him looking over at me. Feel free to use any of the vehicles. Just make sure I know where you're going, okay? Any of the vehicles? Does he mean his and his son's? Where are they, by the way? Not that I expected them to be at the airport, too, but it kind of makes me nervous that they might not be excited about me coming if they weren't there to greet me. Something else I'd failed to consider. They had a comfy, testosterone-infused man cave, and here comes the girl they think they'll have to guard their dirty jokes around now. Of course, it's Thursday. Maybe they're just at work. Which reminds me. What do you do? I ask him. He glances over at me. My sons and I customize dirt bikes, he tells me. ATVs, dune buggies. You have a shop here? Huh? I clear my throat. You have a shop here? I say again, louder. No, we take orders, build them from our garage at home, and then ship off the finished product, he explains, and I can't help but take another look over at him. He fills up the driver's seat, the sun-kissed muscles in his forearm tight as he holds the wheel. So different from my father, who hated being outside and never went without a long-sleeved shirt, unless he was going to bed. Jake meets my eyes. We'll be getting a lot of orders in soon, he says. It keeps us pretty busy throughout the winter, and then we send them off in the spring, just in time for the season to start. So they worked from home, the three of them. They'll be around all the time. I absently rub my palms together as I stare ahead, hearing my pulse quicken in my ears. Even at Bryn Mawr, my parents had arranged for me to have a single room with no roommate. I prefer being alone. I wasn't a hermit. I could talk to my teachers and have discussions, and I love seeing the world and doing things, but I need space to breathe, a quiet place of my own to decompress, and men are noisy, especially young ones. We'll all be on top of each other all the time if they work from home. I close my eyes for a moment, suddenly regretting doing this. Why did I do this? My classmates hated me because they took my silence for snobbishness. But it's not that. I just need time, that's all. Unfortunately, not many are patient enough to give me a chance. These guys are going to see me as rude, just like the girls at school do. Why would I purposely put myself in a situation to be forced to get to know new people? I clench my jaw and swallow, seeing him out of the corner of my eye. He's staring at me. How long has he been watching me? I instantly force my face to relax and my breathing to slow, but before I can bury my face in my phone to cover up my near panic attack, he's swerving the truck to the left and coming full circle, heading back in the direction we just came. Great, he's taking me back to the airport. I freaked him out already. But as he speeds back down the main street and I grip the seatbelt strap across my chest to steady myself, I watch as he passes back through 2 lights and jerks the wheel to the left, sliding into a parking spot on the side of the street. My body lurches forward as he stops short, and before I have a chance to consider what's going on, he kills the engine and hops out of the truck. Huh. Come on, he tells me, casting me a look before he slams the door closed. I look out the front windshield and see Rebels Pebbles etched in gold on the black Victorian-style sign. He brought us back to the candy shop. Keeping my small travel purse hooked across my chest, I climb out of the truck and follow him up onto the sidewalk. He opens the door, the tinkle of a little bell ringing, and ushers me inside before he follows me. The heady scent of chocolate and caramel hits me, and I immediately start salivating. I haven't eaten since the handful of blueberries I forced down this morning before my flight. "Yo, Spencer," Jake shouts. I hear the clutter of a pan from somewhere in the back, and something, like an oven door, falls closed. "Jake Vanderbong!" A man strolls out from behind a glass wall, wiping his hands as he heads toward us. "How the hell are you?" Vanderbong? I dart my eyes up to Jake. He grins down at me. "Ignore him," he says. "I never smoked. I don't smoke anymore. That's old shit." He smiles at the other guy. "The old me. The evil me." They both laugh and shake hands, and I gaze at the man who just came out. Looks about the same age as Jake, although a few inches shorter and dressed in a red and blue flannel shirt with unkempt brown hair. "Spence, this is my niece Tiernan," Jake tells him. Mr. Spencer turns his eyes on me, finishes wiping off his hands, and holds it out to me. "Niece, huh?" His gaze is curious. "Tiernan, that's a pretty name. How are you?" I nod once, taking his hand. "Let her have whatever she wants," Jake tells him. "No, that's okay." I shake my head, but Jake cocks an eyebrow, warning me. "If you don't fill up a bag, he'll fill it up for you, and it'll be black licorice and peppermint sticks." I scrunch up my nose on reflex. The other man snorts. Black licorice can go to hell. Jake walks off, grabbing a plastic bag, and proceeds to start filling it with taffy as I stand there, my pride keeping me planted in place. It's always the heaviest chip on my shoulder. I don't like giving people what they want. But then I smell the sugar and the salt, and the warm chocolate scent from the stoves hits the back of my throat and goes straight to my head. I'd love a taste. "What you waiting for, DeHaas?" I hear my uncle call out. I blink. He caps the taffy jar and moves to the gummy worms as he tosses a look over at me. I stare back. Calling me by my last name seems like it should feel playful. With him, it's brusque. I let out a breath and move toward the bags, taking one for myself. "I'll pay for it," I inform him. He doesn't look at me. "Whatever you want." Opening the bag, I instinctively pass the chocolates and veer toward the less caloric gummy candies, loading in some peach rings, watermelon wedges, and blue sharks. I toss in some jelly beans and Sour Patch Kids, knowing I won't eat any of this. Absently drifting to the next canister, I dig in the scoop and pull out a little pile of red. "Swedish fish are filled with corn syrup, food dyes, and additives," my mother once said. I look down at the candy, once loving the way they felt between my teeth, but hadn't tasted since I was 13. Back when I started being willing to give up anything to make her value me. Maybe if I ate like her, wore my makeup like her, bought Prada and Chanel purses like her, and wore any garish monstrosity Versace designed, she'd... But I shake my head, not finishing the thought. I load in 2 heaping scoops of the candy into my bag. Jake appears next to me, digging his hand right into the jar. These are my favorite, too, he says, and pops two into his mouth. Yo, dirtbag! I hear Spencer shout, but Jake just laughs. I look back down, recapping the jar and twisting my bag shut. The bag is $7.95 no matter what, so fill it up, Jake tells me and moves around me down the line of candy containers. $7.95, almost as expensive as the bottles of Swiss water my mother bathed in. How did he end up so different than them? I trailed down the 2 aisles, passing the chocolate confection case, and my mouth watering a little at how good I knew everything tasted. Ready? Jake walks past me. I follow him to the register and I toss my bag on the counter, afraid he'll try to go first and pay for me. I immediately take out my money, and the man, Spencer, seems to understand, because he rings me up with no more than a moment's hesitation. I pay and back away, making room for Jake. He rings Jake up but looks at me. Staying up on the peak long? He asks, sounding hesitant all of a sudden. The peak? But Jake answers for me. Yeah, possibly until next summer. The man's eyes instantly flashed to Jake, a look of apprehension crossing his face. Don't worry, Jake laughs, handing the guy cash. We'll protect her from the big bad elements. When have you ever been able to control Caleb? Spence shoots back, snatching the money from Jake. Caleb, one of his sons. I look at Jake, but he just meets my eyes and shakes his head, brushing it off. Jake takes his change and his candy, and we start to leave. Thank you, I tell Spencer. He just nods and watches us as we leave, making me feel more unnerved than when I came in. We climb back into the truck, and my uncle pulls out, heading back in the direction we were originally going. The petals of the pink petunias flutter in the wind against the blue sky as they hang in their pots, and young men in sleeveless tees haul sacks of something off the loading dock of the feed store and into their pickup. I'll bet everyone knows each other's names here. It's not Telluride, Jake offers, but it's as big of a town as I ever want to see again. I agree, at least for a while. We head past the last of the businesses, over some tracks, and start to wind up a paved road, dense with evergreen trees, slowly climbing in elevation. The highway narrows, and I look through the windshield, seeing the trees getting taller and cutting off more and more of the late afternoon light as we travel deeper, leaving the town behind. A few gravel and dirt roads sprout off the main lane, and I try to peer down the dark paths, but I can't see anything. Do they lead to other properties? Homes? We climb for a while, the engine whirring as Jake weaves and curves around every bend, and I can no longer see anything of the town below. Rays of sun glimmer through the branches, and I blink my eyes against it, feeling the truck pull off the paved highway and onto a dirt road as I sway in my seat with the bumps. I hold the dash with one hand, watching the lane ahead lined with firs. We climb for another 20 minutes. It's quite a drive, he tells me, as the sky grows more dim. So if you want to go to town, make sure me or one of my sons are with you, okay? I nod. I don't want you to get caught on this road after dark by yourself, he adds. Yeah, me neither. He wasn't kidding when he said secluded. You better have what you need, because it's not a quick trip to the store if you need milk, sugar, or cough syrup. He turns right and pulls up a steep gravel driveway, the rocks crunching under the tires as I start to see structures coming into view again. Lights shine through the trees, easy to see since it's just about dark. All of that road we just traveled gets buried in winter, he informs me, and I see him looking over at me. And with some terrain steep and icy, it makes it impossible to make it to town for months with the roads closed. We'll take you to the candy store to load up before the snow starts. I ignore the joke and peer out the window, trying to see the buildings we're approaching through the last remnants of sunlight, but with the trees everywhere, I can't see much. Something that looks like a stable, a couple of sheds, a few other smaller structures buried in the thick, and then He pulls the truck up onto even land finally and parks right in front of a house with massive windows and a few lights on inside. I shoot my eyes left, right, up, and down, taking in the huge place. And even though I can't make out any details in the dark, it's big and there's 3 floors, as well as upper and lower sprawling decks. A twinge of relief hits me. When he said cabin, I immediately registered doomsday prepper with the barest essentials to survive, thinking more of the solitude and space away from LA than the potential hovel I might have just agreed to live in. It wasn't until I got here that I started worrying about my rash decision and what I had actually signed up for. I didn't need the internet, but I was hoping for at minimum indoor plumbing. And I gaze at the house, still sitting as he climbs out of the truck. I think we're in luck. I only hesitate another moment before I open my door and slide out of the truck, taking my backpack with me. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe there wasn't much to be nervous about. It's quiet like I hoped, and I inhale the air, the fresh scent of water and rock sending chills down my arms. I love that smell. It reminds me of hiking Vernal Falls at Yosemite with my summer camp years ago. He carries my 2 suitcases, and even though it's a little chilly, I keep my pullover tied around my waist and follow him up the wooden steps. The front of the house is almost all windows on the bottom floor, so I can kind of see inside. The downstairs looks like one large great room with high ceilings, and even though there's a lot of one color, brown wood, brown leather, brown antlers, and brown rugs, I make out some stone features as well. "Hello," Jake calls out, entering the house and setting my suitcases down. "Noah." I follow him, gently shutting the door behind me. 2 dogs rush up, a brown lab and another one, scrawny with gray and black hair and glassy black eyes. Jake leans over, giving them both a good petting as he looks around the house. "Anyone here?" he yells again. I immediately look up, seeing a couple levels of rafters, although the ceiling drops to the left and also where the kitchen is to the right. There's not a lot of walls down here as the living room, dining room, sitting room, and kitchen just all melt together, not leaving much privacy. It's spacious, though. "Yeah, I'm here," a man's voice calls out. A young guy walks out of the kitchen fisting 2 beer bottles and shakes his head at Jake. "Jesus Christ, fucking Shawnee got out again," he says. He strolls up to us, looking like he's about to hand Jake one of the beers, but then he looks at me and stops. His dark blonde hair is slicked back under a backward baseball cap, and he doesn't look much older than me, maybe 20 or 21. His body, though. His strong arms are tanned dark under his green t-shirt, and he's broad. His crystal clear blue eyes widen, and his mouth hooks in a half smile. "This is Noah," Jake introduces us. "My youngest." It takes me a moment, but I raise my hand to shake his. Instead of taking it, though, he just puts one of the bottles in it and says, "Learn to like it. We drink a lot here." The sweat from the bottle coats my palm, and I shoot Jake a look. He takes it from me and looks to his son. "Your brother?" "Still in," Noah replies, but he doesn't take his eyes off me. "Right." "In?" I start to wonder what that means, but shake it off, wiping my wet hand on my jeans, still feeling his eyes on me. Why is he staring? I meet his eyes again, and he quirks a real smile. Should I say something, or should he say something? I guess this is weird. We're essentially cousins. Am I supposed to hug him or something? Is it rude not to? Whatever. "How long did you look for the horse before you gave up?" Jake asks him, a sigh that he won't let out thickening his voice. Noah smiles brightly and shrugs. "My logic is that if we don't find her, then she won't ever run away again." Jake cocks an eyebrow as he glances down at me and explains, "We have a young mare who always seems to find some way out of her stall." And then he eyes his son again, as if this is a tired subject. "But horses are expensive, so she needs to be found." The kid holds up his beer and backs away. "Just came back for fuel." and then he locks eyes with me as he walks toward the back of the house. "If you shower, save me some hot water," he tells me. I watch him walk past the large stone fireplace, down a long hallway, and eventually I hear a screen door slam shut somewhere at the back of the house. He's going to find a horse tonight? "It's dark, so I'll show you around the property in the morning," Jake says, walking off to the right. "But here's the kitchen." He trails around the island and the large space, but I stay back. "Of course, help yourself to anything," he explains, meeting my eyes. "We'll be making plenty of runs to town before the weather starts in the next couple of months, so we can stock the pantry with any food you like. We'll be doing some canning, too." He closes the fridge door I'm guessing his son left open and informs me, "We try to grow, catch, and kill as much of our own food as possible." It makes sense why I thought I saw a barn and a greenhouse among the other structures. With getting snowed in for such long periods of time, it's smart to rely on grocery stores and the town as little as possible. He gestures for me to follow him, and I join him as he opens a door off the side of the kitchen. "If you need the washer and dryer, it's out here in the shop," he tells me, flipping on a light. He descends the few stairs, and I see another truck parked in the bright garage, this one red. Jake picks up a wicker laundry basket off the cement floor and tosses it back onto the top of the dryer. But as I take a step, something catches my eye, and I stop at the top of the stairs. A buck hangs by its hind legs off to the right, a small pool of blood gathered around the drain the dead deer hangs over. His antlers hover a foot off the floor, swaying just slightly. What the I hang my mouth open, gaping at it. All of a sudden, Jake is standing next to me on the stairs. "Like I said, grow, catch, and kill." He sounds amused by whatever he sees on my face. "You're not a vegetarian, are you?" He's gone before I have a chance to answer, and I back away from the garage, step into the house again, and close the door. I'm not a vegetarian, but it occurs to me I've never met my meat before it was meat. I swallow a couple times to wet my dry mouth. "Living room, bathroom, TV," he points out as I follow him. "We don't have cable, but we have lots of movies, and you can stream as long as the internet holds out." I follow him around the great room, seeing rustic-looking leather sofas, a coffee table, and chairs. The fireplace is big enough to sit in, and the chimney stretches up through the rafters. Wood and leather everywhere. It smells like Home Depot in here, with a tinge of burnt bacon. "Do you want the Wi-Fi?" Jake asks me. The reminder that I can stay connected here makes me pause for a moment. But if I refuse it, he'll wonder why. "Sure," I answer. "It's under Cobra Kai." I shoot a look up at him. Cute. Searching the available networks, I find Cobra Kai is the only one that pops up. "Password?" He's quiet for a moment and then says, "A man confronts you. He is the enemy. An enemy deserves..." I stop myself before I can shake my head and type in "No mercy." It connects within seconds. Jake comes to my side and glances down. When he sees I got the password correct, he nods, impressed. "You can stay." He stands close, and I draw in a breath and take a step away, looking around the room for what's next. But he stays rooted in place, watching me, and something crosses his eyes that he doesn't say. Like me, he's probably wondering what the hell I'm doing here, and what he's going to do with me for a week or a year until I leave. "Are you hungry?" he asks. "Tired." He nods to himself, as if just remembering my parents died 2 days ago, and I'd traveled across 4 states today. "Of course." But I'm not thinking that at all. I just need to be alone now. He picks up my suitcases, and I follow him upstairs, the banister wrapping around the square landing at the top. I stop for a moment and turn in a circle, taking in the 7 or 8 doors around all sides, getting turned around easily in this new place. "My room." Jake points directly ahead of us to a deep brown wooden door and then in quick succession around the landing as we pass other rooms. "Bathroom, Noah's room, and here's yours." He drops my luggage at a door in the corner of the landing, the dim light from the wrought iron chandelier above barely making it possible to get the lay of the land up here. But I don't care right now. But then it occurs to me he only pointed out his, Noah's, and my rooms. "You have another son," I say to him. "Did I take his bedroom?" There are more doors. I wasn't infringing on their space, right? But he just turns his head and jerks his chin off to the right, to the only door on the back wall, the only door between me and the bathroom. "Caleb's room is on the 3rd floor," he explains. "It's the only room up there, so no need for a tour. It's got a great view, though. Lots of air and space. He likes space." He sighs, his words weighted with frustration as he opens my bedroom door, both dogs rushing inside ahead of us. "Keep that in mind when you meet him, and don't take anything personally." I pause a moment, curious what he means, but people say the same thing about me. I glance at his door again, guessing there were stairs behind it, since Jake said his room is on the 3rd floor. Is Caleb up there? His brother said he was in. Jake opens my door and carries my cases in, and I follow, hearing the click of a lamp and seeing the glow of the bulb suddenly filling the room. My chest instantly warms, and I almost smile. It's nice. Not that I expected much, but it's cozy and uncluttered, and I even have my own fireplace. There are double doors across the room, a bed, a dresser, and a cushioned chair. Everything done in woodsy colors, leaving plenty of room to pace and spread out on the floor if I want to sit like I often do. A yawn pulls at my mouth, and my eyes water a little. "Towels are here," Jake tells me from the hallway. "Let me know if you need anything." He steps back into the room, filling up the doorway, and I stand in the middle of the space. "Is it okay?" he asks me. I nod, murmuring, "It's nice." I feel him watch me, and my muscles tighten. "You don't talk much, do you?" I glance up at him. He quirks a smile. "We'll change that." Good luck. Jake grabs the door handle and starts to pull it closed. "You hated my father." I turn my eyes on him, stopping him. "Didn't you?" He straightens and stares at me. "Won't it be uncomfortable for you to have me here, Uncle Jake?" If he hated my dad, won't I remind him of him? But his eyes on me turn piercing, and he says in an even tone, "I don't see your father when I look at you, Tiernan." I still, not sure what that means, or if it should make me feel better. "You look like your mother." He'd said at the airport that I looked like my mother. Did he see her when he looked at me then? Was that what he meant? His eyes darken, and I watch as he rubs his thumb across the inside of his hand before he balls it into a fist. I'm rooted, my stomach falling a little. "And you don't have to call me uncle," he says. "I'm not really anyway, right?" But before I can answer, he clicks his tongue to call the dogs. They follow him out, and he pulls the door closed, leaving me alone. I stand there, still, but the nerves under my skin fire. One phone call, a coach seat, and 4 states later, it finally occurs to me. I don't know these people. Chapter 3. Tiernan. I yawn, the warm smell of fresh coffee drifting through my nostrils as I arch my back on the bed and stretch my body awake. Damn, I slept like shit. I reach over on the nightstand for my phone to see what time it is, but my hand doesn't land on anything, just falls through the empty space. What? And that's when I notice it, the roughness of the new sheets, the whine of the bed under my body, the pillow that's not the feather one my neck is used to. I blink my eyes awake, seeing the faint morning light stream across the ceiling from where it spills in through the glass double doors in my room. Not my room, actually. I push up on my elbows, my head swimming and my eyelids barely able to stay open as I yawn again. And it all hits me at once. What had happened, where I am, how I ran away because I was rash and I wasn't thinking. The uncertainty that twisted my stomach a little because nothing is familiar. The way I don't like this and how I'd forgotten I don't like change. The way he looked at me last night. I train my ears, hearing the creak of tree branches bending with the breeze outside, and how that breeze is getting caught in the chimney as it blows. No distant chatter coming from my father's office and the 6 flat screens he plays as he gets ready for his day. No entourage of stylists and assistants running up and down the stairs, getting my mother ready for hers, because she never leaves the house unless she's in full hair and makeup. No phones going off or landscapers with their mowers. For a moment, I'm homesick. Unbidden images drift through my mind. Them lying on cold metal slabs right now, being slid into cold lockers. My father's skin blue and my mother's hair wet and makeup gone. Everything they were, everything the world would recognize, now gone. I hold there, frozen and waiting for the burn in my eyes to come, the sting of tears, the pain in my throat, wanting the tears to come, wishing they would come. But they don't, and that worries me more than my parents' death. There's a name for people who lack remorse, people who can't empathize, people who demonstrate strong antisocial attitudes. I'm not a sociopath. I mean, I cried during the Battle of Winterfell on Game of Thrones. But I don't cry, not once, when both of my parents die. At least no one in this town will care about me or how I'm coping with their deaths. The only person back home who'd understand is Mirai. And then I blink, realization hitting. Mirai. Shit. I throw back the covers and climb out of bed, heading for the chest of drawers where my phone is charging. I grab it, turn it on, and see a list of missed notifications, mostly calls from my mother's assistant. Ignoring the voicemails, I dial Mirai, noticing it's before 6 on the West Coast as I hold the phone to my ear. She answers almost immediately. Mirai, I say before she says anything. Tiernan, thank goodness. She breathes hard like she either ran to the phone or just woke up. Sorry, my ringer was off, I explain. You're okay? I'm fine. Chills spread up my arms, so I flip open the top of my suitcase and pull out my black sweatshirt, juggling the phone as I try to slip it over my head. So, are you going to stay? She asks after a pause. You know you don't have to. If the house isn't comfortable or you feel weird. I'm okay, I tell her. The house is nice, and he's... I trail off, searching for my next word. What is he? Hospitable. Hospitable, she repeats, clearly suspicious. I clear my throat. So, how is the world? I ask, changing the subject. Anything that needs me? Just take care of yourself, she says, and I don't miss the way she cuts me off. I won't bug you again. Call me if you want. I want you to, but I'll stick to text to check in from time to time. I just want you to forget about everything here for a while, okay? I got it handled. I look around the bedroom I slept in, thankful I have it to myself, because at least I have one place here that's mine where I can go to be alone. But the thought of walking out of this room and confronting new people makes my stomach roll, and I... Just book me a flight back home, Mirai. I want to tell her that, but I don't. Jake seems to be amenable to letting me be and not pushing too hard, but Noah is friendly. Too friendly. And I've yet to meet Caleb, so that's another new person coming. I walk for the double doors, needing some air. The least of my worries should be what people are thinking or saying about my absence back home, and what they're thinking and saying about my parents. But I can't help it. I feel like far away and out of the loop is suddenly the last place I should be right now, especially when I foolishly hung my hat in the middle of nowhere with some guy my father hated, and on land that smells like horse shit and dead, rotting deer carcasses. I pin the phone between my ear and shoulder as I throw open the doors. I should be there for, but I trail off, the doors spreading wide and the view looming in front of me. My mouth drops open. Suddenly, I'm an inch tall. You should do what you need to do, Mirai replies, but I barely register what she says. I stare ahead, absently stepping onto my large wooden deck as I take in the expanse before me that I didn't notice in the dark the night before. My heart thumps against my chest. So that's the peak. It didn't cross my mind that the town was named so for a reason. In the distance, in perfect view between the trees beyond my balcony, stands a mountain, its granite peak gray and foreboding, skirted with green pines and topped with white clouds that make the scene so beautiful, I stop breathing for a moment. Holy shit. It's just there. A cathedral sitting in front of a blue sky, and before I can stop myself, I raise my hand, reaching out for it like I want to take it in my fist, but all I can feel is the morning air breeze through my fingers. I inhale, the smell of the earth and stone drifting through my nose, even from here, the memory of the dead animal smell from last night forgotten. The scent of water hangs in the air, fresh but musty where it soaks into the soil and rock, and I inhale again, closing my eyes. The hairs on my arms rise. I need to leave now. I don't want to get used to that smell because it'll stop being special before long. If you want to be here for the funeral, then be here. Mirai goes on as if I still care about anything we were discussing. If you don't, I don't think anyone will question the only daughter of Hannes and Amelia de Haas if she's too distraught by the sudden death of both parents to attend the funeral. I open my eyes, part of me wanting to smile, and part of me disappointed in myself, because I know I won't leave. Not today, anyway. I raise my eyes and look at the peak, not wanting to stop looking at that view yet. I swallow, remembering Mirai. Thanks, I tell her. I'll take a few days and think about what I'll do. The funeral wasn't for 4 or 5 more days at least. People from around the world would need to get to California, as well as all the arrangements that had to be made. I had time. I love you, Tiernan, she says. I pause. She's the only one who says that to me. All the memories come flooding back, except now I catch things I didn't catch before. All the times she, not my mother or father, called me at school to see if I needed anything. All the presents under the tree I know she, not them, bought for me, and the birthday cards she signed for them. All the R-rated movies she got me into that I couldn't otherwise, and all the travel books she'd leave in my bag because she knew they were my favorite things to read. The first pair of dangling earrings I ever owned were a gift from her, and I fucking nod through the phone because that's all I do. Breathe, okay? She adds. Bye. I hang up, needles pricking my throat, and continue to stare at the beautiful view, my hair blowing in the soft breeze and the wild smell of the air so much like a drug. Heady. A woodpecker hollows out a tree in the distance, and the wind sweeps through the aspens and pines, the forest floor growing darker the deeper the woods go, until I can't see anything anymore. Do they hike? Jake, Noah, and Caleb? Do they ever venture farther into the forest? Take time to explore? A chainsaw cuts through the silence, loud and buzzing, and I blink, the spell broken. Turning around, I drop my phone on the bed and walk for one of my suitcases, digging out my toiletry bag. Walking for the door, I squeeze the handle, slowly twisting it. It squeaks, and I flinch. My parents didn't like noise in the morning. Stepping softly into the dim hallway, the dark wood floors and paneling lit only by the glow of the 2 wall sconces and a rustic chandelier, I tiptoe past the room Jake told me was his last night and head for the next door, reaching for the handle. But before I can grasp it, the door swings open, light spills into the hallway, and a young woman stands there, damn near naked. Her mussed auburn hair hugs her face and hangs just above her bare breasts. Jesus! I turn my head away. What the hell? Is she my uncle's wife? He didn't mention being married, but he didn't say he wasn't either. I cast another quick glance at her, seeing her smile and fold her arms over her chest. "Excuse me," she says. Taut, flat stomach, smooth skin, no ring on her finger. She wasn't his wife, and definitely not the boy's mother. I have no idea how old Caleb is, but Jake said Noah was his youngest, and she's not old enough to have grown sons. She looks only a few years older than me, actually. One of the boy's girlfriends, maybe? She stands there for a moment, and my shock starts to turn to ire. Like, move or something? I need to get in. "The difference between pizza and your opinion is that I asked for pizza," she recites. I falter and turn my head to look at her, but she's looking down at my sweatshirt. I drop my eyes, seeing the one I'd donned and the writing she was reading on the front of it. She chuckles at the words and then slips past me, out of the bathroom. I rush inside and I'm about to close the door, but then I think better of it and dip my head back into the hallway. Unfortunately, though, I just hear a door close. She's gone before I can see which room she disappeared into. Closing the door, I busy myself washing my face, brushing my teeth, and removing the ribbon I use to tie my hair out of my face every night. Years ago, my mother started doing that because she was told it was healthier than rubber bands. So I started doing it too for some reason. After I brush out my hair, I open the door just as quietly as my bedroom one and peer cautiously into the hallway in case more naked strangers are around. I guess it's good to know I'm not cramping their style. Seeing no one, I dart for my room again, smelling the coffee that woke me up drifting up from downstairs. I make my bed, dress in a pair of jeans and a long-sleeved top, and start to unpack my suitcases. But then I stop, just as I'm pulling out a stack of shirts. I might not stay. I put the shirts back and close my suitcase, deciding to wait. I remain planted in the middle of the room for another 8 seconds, but as much as I delay, I can't think of anything else to do in here to put off making an appearance. Leaving the room, I blow out a breath and close the door behind me, not stopping before I dive in head first and descend the stairs to get this over with. But as I step into the living room and look around, my shoulders relax just a hair. There's no one down here. A couple of lamps light the spacious room, and I turn my head left, seeing the kitchen, dimly lit by a few lights hanging over the center island, empty as well. I spot the red light of the coffee machine, though, and pad over in my bare feet, keeping an eye out for one of the guys. Finding a cup in a dish rack, I pour myself a cup. Morning. I jump, the cup nearly slipping out of my hand as the coffee sloshes over the rim. Searing drops land on my thumb, and I hiss. I glance over my shoulder, seeing Jake stroll into the kitchen and open the refrigerator. Morning, I murmur, brushing the hot liquid off my skin. "How'd you sleep?" he asks. I cast another look, seeing him take out a drink, sweat already glistening all over his arms, neck, and back as his t-shirt hangs out of his back pocket. It's only about 7. How early do they get up? Fine. I mumble, taking a paper towel and wiping up the coffee. I actually slept like shit, but that will only open me up to more questions, so it's easier to lie. Good, he replies, but he just stands there, and I can feel his eyes on me. I take another paper towel and wipe the wooden countertop some more. Warm enough? He presses. Huh? I look at him questioningly. Your bedroom last night, he says, elaborating. Was it warm enough? His light hair, damp with sweat, sticks to his forehead and temples as he looks at me, and I nod, turning away again. But he doesn't leave. He just stays there, and I feel myself wanting to sigh because this is the part where people usually expect me to make an effort to carry on a conversation. The kitchen grows smaller and the silence more deafening, except for a bird cawing in the distance. I search my brain for something to say, the awkward seconds stretching and making me want to bolt. But then he moves closer all of a sudden and I straighten, on alert as his chest nearly touches my arm. I'm about to move away, but then he reaches in front of me and I watch as he switches off the coffee maker. I was just keeping it warm for you, he says, his breath brushing the top of my head. My heart starts pumping harder. Keeping it warm? Oh, the coffee. He left it on for me. You have pretty hands, he points out. I look down at them, wrapped around the mug. Your dad did too, he adds, and I can hear the taunt. I pinch my eyebrows together. Was that a dig? My dad had pretty hands, I muse, taking a sip without looking at him. So real men use chainsaws and pickup trucks instead of Mont Blancs and cell phones? I ask. I turn my head, peering up at him, and he narrows his blue eyes on me. Well, he's dead now, I tell Jake. You win. He lowers his chin, his stare locked on mine, and I see his jaw flex. I turn away and take another sip of my coffee. Regardless of whatever bad blood was between him and my father, the orphan is the last person he should be targeting with his insults. Manners are a thing everywhere. This guy's a prick. Despite that, though, my stomach warms, and I sip my coffee to cover up my nerves. I feel it, the need to engage. After the sadness, anger was my constant companion as a kid, and then the anger went away, and there was nothing. I forgot how good it felt, the distraction of my emotions. I like that I don't like him. All right, someone calls, and I hear her footsteps enter the kitchen. I'm out. I glance over, still feeling Jake's eyes on me, and watch the naked woman, now dressed, strolling up to Jake with a brown leather backpack slung over her shoulder as she wraps an arm around his neck. She leans in, and he hesitates a moment, still looking at me, before he finally turns to her and lets her kiss him. She's his, then. I take in the smooth skin of her face, in shadow under her baseball cap, and her tight and toned body. She's nowhere near his age. The guys aren't as cut off from civilization as I thought. Until the weather starts, anyway. The tip of her tongue darts out and slips into his mouth for a split second before she pulls away, and I turn back to my coffee, a strange irritation winding its way through me. Will there be lots of people coming and going? See you tonight? She asks him. Maybe. There's a pause, and then he repeats himself. Maybe. She must have been pouting. She plants another kiss on him and leaves, and I exhale, kind of glad he didn't introduce me to another person. Want to give me a hand? Jake asks. I look up at him but forget what I was going to ask. He looks a lot like his son. More than I realized last night. The full head of blonde hair, freshly slept on, the lazy half smile, the constant joke you can see playing behind their eyes. How old is Jake, anyway? My father was 49, and Jake is younger. That's all I know. With sons who are at least 20, I'd say he's probably in his early 40s. Of course, he could be older. He seems to get a lot of sun and he stays in shape. My father wasn't overweight, but he didn't look like this guy. I face forward again and take a sip of my coffee. Help with what? You'll see, he tells me. Get some shoes on. He walks away, calling for Danny and Johnny, and after a moment, the dogs follow him out to the shop. I almost roll my eyes. His dogs are named Danny and Johnny. Another Karate Kid reference. I take a couple more gulps of the cooled coffee, dump out the remainder, and spin on my heel, heading back up to my bedroom. After I slip on some shoes, I grab my phone to slide it in my back pocket, but think better of it. I look down at it, hesitating for only a moment before I turn it off and plug it in to charge. Closing the door behind me, I leave the room and head for the stairs, briefly training my ear on the son's door, the one I met anyway, and wondering if he's up yet. But I don't hear anything. Heading out of the house, I slow as I hit the porch, taking in the full view in the light of day and turning my gaze right to see the tip of the peak through the trees from this low level. I breathe deep, my eyes falling closed for a moment and unable to get enough of the smell of wood and pine. The hairs on my arms stand up from the chill in the morning air, but it doesn't bother me. Trees surround the house, and I take in the fat trunks and peer into the forest in the distance, the floor dark under the canopy. I have a sudden urge to walk. I bet you can walk for hours without seeing or hearing anyone. The front deck is huge, just as wide as the inside of the house, with an overhang shading half of it, and wooden rocking chairs and a swing adorning the space. A couple of trucks sit out front before the land spills downward to a vast forest with the town in the distance. At least I think it is. The gravel road into the property comes from that direction. I haven't seen behind the house yet, but I assume it takes me deeper into the forest. Glancing right, I see Jake walking down the driveway and stop in front of the stairs. He's put his shirt back on. You know how to ride? He asks. Horses or... I just nod, assuming he means horses. Do you know how to shoot? I shake my head. Do you know how to answer in anything other than nods and one-word sentences? I stare at him. I'm not unused to that question. When I don't answer, he simply chuckles, shakes his head, and gestures for me to follow him. I step off the deck and traipse across a small, sparsely green yard with patches of mud and sporadic puddles. The dew from the over-green grass soaks through the bottoms of my jeans and wets the tops of my feet, exposed in my turquoise teaks as I trail behind him toward the barn. The gray wood is cracked and decaying near the foundation, and I look up, seeing the hay door open near the roof of the barn, but the main doors on the bottom are still closed. Before we reach the entrance, he veers left and slides open the door of a lower, attached structure, and I follow him over the threshold and immediately smell the familiar scent of the animals. It's a stable. He heads down to the third stall, and I hang back as he opens it, bringing out a brown mare with some paint markings down her snout and on her legs from the knees to the heels. She's already saddled, and I look down at my flats, frosted with mud around the sole of the shoes. I have sneakers in my room, but if I stay, I'll need to get some work boots in town. And soon. Taking the reins, he leads the horse out of the stable and I follow, seeing Noah walk up to us and toss a couple of shovels into a pile next to the barn. "Oh my God, are you okay?" he blurts out, looking at me worried. "Was there an animal attack I didn't know about?" What? And then I see his bewildered stare drop and I follow his gaze, seeing the purposeful tears and shreds of my designer skinny jeans that my family's personal shopper put in my closet a few weeks ago. Slices of thigh peer out between shreds of dark-washed material, and Jake laughs under his breath as I look back up to see a lopsided smile on Noah's cocky face. I lock my jaw and look away. He's teasing. I'm just not in the mood. Of course, I haven't been in the mood for years, so I guess this is who I am now. I tuck my hair behind my ear, and he eventually passes, his lips tight with the laugh he's holding in. "Tiernan," Jake calls. I walk over to where my uncle stands on the other side of the horse and follow his lead as he holds the stirrup toward me. Reaching up, I fist the reins in one hand and grab hold of the saddle in the other, slipping my left foot into the stirrup. Hoisting myself up, I swing my leg over and straddle the horse, fitting my other shoe into the right stirrup. It's a perfect fit. I don't need him to adjust anything. I haven't asked what we're doing or where we're going, knowing it doesn't really matter. I won't argue. I look around for his horse, but then all of a sudden he's pulling himself up and plopping down right behind me. What is he doing? I said I know how to ride, I tell him, but he reaches in front of me and takes the reins, forcing me to let them go. I grip the horn of the saddle with both hands, scooching up as far as I can because he's right there and I'm practically in his lap. My heart starts beating a little harder as irritation crawls under my skin. I don't need help, I tell him. He only clicks his tongue and nudges the horse, setting us off around the barn. We round the wooden fence and gallop into the forest as the horse climbs the steep hill, sending us under the shade of the trees, and I squeeze my fists around the horn to try to keep myself from sliding backward. But as much as I try, I still feel his body there. The day grows darker as the trees shield us from the sun, and the air cools, but something pleasant stirs at the feel of the animal under me, her muscles working against my legs to get us up the hill. My pulse starts to race a little, but I don't hate it. A little refreshing, actually. He's solid behind me, and I feel secure, for the moment. "Are you uncomfortable?" he asks. His voice vibrates against my back, but I don't answer. "Are you comfortable?" he presses instead. Still, I stay silent. What does it matter anyway? He imposed himself despite my protest. Will it matter if I'm comfortable with him on the horse or not? He doesn't care. He just wants a response out of me. His sigh hits my ear. "Yeah, your father could piss me off without saying much, too." But I can't hear him. His legs rest against every inch of mine as I sit nestled between his thighs. Snug, protected. Are you uncomfortable? I don't know, but I'm aware that maybe I should be. This is weird. We shouldn't be sitting like this. We continue up the hill, the rock and dirt kicking up under the horse as I look around, seeing the house behind us down below. The terrain evens out, and Jake pushes the horse a little faster as I relax into his hold around me, both of us bouncing up and down in the saddle. He blows a couple times, like something is in his face, and then his fingers brush my neck. I tense, the touch making me shiver. "Do me a favor, okay?" he says as he swipes my hair over my right shoulder. "Keep your hair tied back as much as possible. We have lots of machines that can snag it." I take over, smoothing my hair over my shoulder and out of his face. We stop at the top of the hill. "Water tower, barn, shop," he calls out, pointing as we turn and look over the cliff to his property below. "There's a greenhouse over that hill, too." I follow his gaze down to where the house sits through the trees in the distance below us, getting a decent view of the entire ranch. The house is happily situated in the center, the back of it facing us, with the attached garage to the left, or shop I assume he's referring to, and then a barn on the other side of that. To the right is a water tower. The rocky hill we sit atop of sits behind the house, and I'd imagine there's a propane tank and a generator somewhere on the property. The leaves dance with the morning breeze, and something flaps its wings to my right as a steady, soft noise pounds in the distance. Water, maybe? Jake pulls away from the edge and we keep going, still farther away from the house and deeper into the forest, and I look down, seeing his fingers wrapped around each strap of the reins, nearly resting on my thighs. His arms lock me in, and despite the chill of the morning, I'm not cold. "You can't take the truck up in here, but the horses and ATVs do well," he tells me. "Have Noah show you the ropes with the four-wheelers before you use one, okay?" I nod. I did a camp for extreme sports one summer, but he'll probably want his son to show me the ropes anyway. We keep going, and even though I'm a little hungry after not having eaten for so long and craving another coffee, because my eyelids are weighing heavy with the relaxing rocking of the ride, I stay quiet. I'm not thinking about anything out here, and it's nice. I close my eyes. But after a few moments, the rush of water grows louder, and the horse stops. I open my eyes, seeing we're at the edge of a cliff. I look into the distance. The peak. My heart thumps, and I stop breathing for a moment as I take in the now unobstructed view. My God. A narrow valley runs below us between two mountains, a long waterfall rushing over one of them and into the river. Between the two mountains in the distance stands the peak, dark gray rock skirted with greenery. It's beautiful. "Like it?" Jake asks. I nod. "Do you like it?" he asks again in a stern voice, and I know he wants me to use my words. I just keep staring ahead, only able to whisper, "I love it. You can come back as much as you want, now that you know the way." I feel him move behind me and the saddle shifts a little. "But you need to carry protection with you when you leave the house, you understand?" I nod again, barely listening as I gape at the view, but he takes my chin and turns my head to face him. "This is very important," he insists. "Do you understand? This isn't LA, it's not even Denver. We have black bears, mountain lions, coyotes, the occasional rattlesnake. You need to have your eyes open. You're on their turf now." I pull away from his grasp and face forward again, but then I see him bring something up from behind me, and I tear my gaze away from the peak again to see that he holds a gun, or a rifle. Sliding the chamber open, he shows me the long, sharp, golden bullets, and then yanks the bolt back, chambering a bullet and making sure I'm watching as he does it. "Do you see the broken rope bridge hanging over there?" I look across the river, seeing the remnants of a wooden rope bridge hanging down the rock wall. Jesus, my heart skips a beat, taking in the drop below. Was that bridge actually a thing at one time? He puts the rifle in my hands. "Aim for it." I grip the long firearm, the steel barrel tucked into a dark wood casing, and I'm kind of thankful. At least he's not wanting to talk. Did he shoot that deer with this? I let out a breath. Not likely. The mountain man probably has a whole cabinet of these things. Hesitating a moment, I finally lift the rifle, positioning the butt against my shoulder and wrapping my hand around the guard with my finger on the trigger. I close my left eye and peer down the line of sight toward the muzzle. "Okay," he tells me. "Now calm your breathing. The bullet is already chambered, so just look down the sight and line up." I pull the trigger, the bullet firing out of the barrel, echoing into the air, and a pop hits the rock wall down the opposite side, kicking up rock dust and cutting the board in half. Both parts fall and dangle by their respective ropes against the cliff. A breeze kicks up my hair a little, and I lower the rifle, opening both of my eyes as the thunder of the shot disappears in the distance, and the peaceful sound of the waterfall fills the air again. Jake sits behind me, still, and I hand the gun back to him and turn my attention back up to the peak, seeing some kind of a large bird breeze past my line of sight. He clears his throat. "Well, I was going to suggest the boys empty some beer bottles for you tonight, but looks like you don't need the practice. I thought you said you couldn't shoot." "I can't shoot animals," I tell him. "I thought that's what you were asking." The peak is massive, but so close. Such a strange feeling, something so big, reminding you that you're small, but also reminding you that you're part of a world full of magnificent things. What a great thing to be able to see and relearn every day. Jake dismounts the horse and I ease back in the seat, which is still warm from his body. "I'm going to check some traps, so I'll walk home," he says. I look down, meeting his eyes as I take the reins now. "Start breakfast when you get back to the house," he tells me. "After you unsaddle the horse, of course." I narrow my eyes without thinking. Cook? I have no problem helping out, but why that? I look away. I'll pitch in, but I'm not staying in the kitchen. I'm not sure if I have a problem with cooking or because that's where he wants me. Put the girl at the stove because of course she doesn't know how to ride a horse or shoot, right? "Do you know how to tend crops instead?" he asks. I straighten my spine, already knowing what he's getting at. "Weed, water, fertilize," he goes on. "Aerate the land, plant. Do you know how to prepare to store some of those crops to feed the horses and livestock over the winter months?" I still don't look at him. "Milk cows," he continues, enjoying himself. "Train horses, operate a chainsaw, skin a deer." Yeah, okay. "Can fruits and vegetables, drive a tractor, build a motorcycle from scratch." I lock my jaw, but I don't answer. "So cooking breakfast it is," he chirps. "We all do our part, Tiernan, if you want to eat." I'll do my part and then some, but he could ask instead of give orders. I turn my head toward him again. "You're not my father, you know. I came here of my own free will and I can leave whenever I want." But instead of walking away or ignoring me, a hint of mischief hits his eyes and he smiles. "Maybe," he taunts. "Or maybe I'll decide that you'd benefit from some time here and that you can't leave after all." My heart quickens. "At least until I see you laugh," he adds. "Or yell or scream or cry or fight or joke, and all in more than nods and one-word answers." I stare at him and I feel my eyes burn with anger. He cocks an eyebrow. "Maybe I'll decide to honor your parents' wishes and keep you until you're of age." "I'll be of age in 10 weeks. "We'll be snowed in 8. And he laughs, backing away from me. I feel the ghost of a snarl on my lips. "Burn the bacon, Tiernan," he instructs as he walks away. "We like it that way." Chapter 4. Tiernan. I sling the saddle over the bench in the barn, not caring if that's where I'm supposed to put it or not. He won't keep me here if I don't want to stay, will he? Whether or not he intends to actually scares me less than knowing he can. I came here thinking I was a guest, and him having power it wouldn't even occur to him to use. Well, it did, I guess. Maybe he thinks he can get rent out of me. Or maybe he thinks me being a woman makes me a good cook. I'm not. I exit the stable and head for the house, taking a shortcut through the attached shop and walking toward the door that will take me right into the kitchen. I shake my head at myself. I can't go home. And I don't want to go back to Bryn Mawr. God, the idea of seeing anyone I know. I close my eyes. or smelling that house. I can't face it. The stark white walls, sitting in classrooms crowded with people I don't know how to talk to. My stomach turns and I stop, leaning my forehead into something hanging from the ceiling in the shop. I wrap my arm around a punching bag and close my eyes. I can't go home. I grip the leather, clenching it in my fist, and everything, my new reality, starts sinking in. It doesn't matter where I go, how I change my surroundings or run from all the places and people I don't want to see. I'm still me, running, leaving, hiding. There's no escape. As liquid heat spreads down my arm, I fist my palm and hit the bag, my hand barely denting the leather. I do it again and again, my pathetic little punches growing harder because I'm fucked up and tired and confused. I don't know how to feel better. I suck in air through my teeth, finally rearing back and swinging my fist into the bag. The chains creak as it tries to swing, but I still have my other arm wrapped around it. Maybe I'll decide to honor your parents' wishes and keep you until you're of age. I grit my teeth, a sudden burst of energy flooding me, and I release the bag, step back, and swing again, planting my right fist into the bag. At least until I see you laugh. The anger warms my body and I throw another punch, or yell or scream or cry or fight or joke, and all in more than nods and one-word answers. I slam my fist again, and again. I growl. We'll be snowed in 8. I mock his words to me in a whisper. I shove my fist into the bag 2 more times and then step back, swinging my back leg into the bag once, then twice, and again. And then I just let him leave and didn't say anything, even when he instructed me on how he likes his damn bacon cooked. I mean, if someone is doing something nice for you, like cooking breakfast, you don't balk at how it's cooked, you eat it. God, I wish I had some vegan bacon to really make his day. Amusement pulls at my lips, but I force it back. I keep hitting and kicking the bag, a light sweat grazing my brow as I think of all the things I could have responded with. Why does it bug me so much I didn't get the last word? Why do I let everything go and never say anything? I throw my fist into the bag, and someone is suddenly there, holding it from the other side. Hi, Noah says, peering around the bag at me. He looks amused, and I halt, standing up straight. Was he watching me? Was I talking to myself? His eyes crinkle a little more, and I see a self-satisfied grin peek out. Don't stop, he tells me. The dark blue t-shirt sets off the color of his eyes, and the same baseball cap holds his hair back where it sits backward on his head. He and his father look a lot alike. I drop my eyes and back off, breathing hard. The muscles in my stomach burn. But he keeps egging me on. Come on. He pats the bag where my last punch landed. He can piss off a saint. Why do you think I hung this punching bag up in the first place? I press my lips together, still not moving. He sighs and stands up straight. Okay. Are you making breakfast then? I dig in my eyebrows, unable to stop myself, and twist my body, swinging my leg with full force into the punching bag. He shoves himself away from the bag just before my foot lands and stands back wide-eyed with his palms up. I watch the bag swing back and forth. I wasn't trying to hit him. It would have just been a happy coincidence. But my legs still feel charged, and I almost wish my uncle would walk in right now so I could ask him to hold the bag instead. I'm angry. I'm actually angry. And it feels good. I'm still here. Noah breaks into a chuckle and comes forward, hooking an arm around my neck. You've got spunk. I'm too spent to pull away and let him lead me around, walking us both into the house. Come on, help me make breakfast, he says. I place the third plate on the table and drop a fork and butter knife next to it, moving to the cabinet to put that fourth plate away. No, Noah says, kicking the fridge closed and dumping the butter and jam on the table. Put the fourth plate down. Caleb can show up any time. I glance at the table and then turn back to the cabinet, slipping the extra plate back inside. Caleb has a plate on the table. You're not eating? Yes, she is, Jake suddenly says, walking into the kitchen. He heads for the fridge and pulls out a pitcher of juice and places it in the center of the table, pouring himself a cup of coffee before he sits. I'm not hungry, I tell him. Moving to the sink, I rinse off the knife and spatula Noah just finished with. You didn't have dinner, Jake points out. Sit. I'm not hungry. And before he says anything else, I stroll out of the kitchen and up the stairs. I feel his eyes on my back, and the farther I go away from them, the more I brace myself for a confrontation. But he doesn't chase after me. He lets me go, and in a moment, I'm in my room, closing the door behind me. The truth is, I'm starving. Pangs hit my stomach, and the scrambled eggs I made, while Noah was busy burning the bacon, looked amazing. Luckily, Noah didn't press for much conversation while we were cooking, but if I eat with them, I'll have to talk to them. I'll wait until they're back outside and then scrounge up something. The green light on my phone flashes from where it lays on the bed, and I walk over and pick it up. Unlocking the phone, I see my home screen with my email and social media apps, all dog-eared with dozens of notifications. Twitter alone has 99 plus alerts. A knot tightens in my stomach. I rarely even use Facebook. Twitter seemed an efficient way to follow the news, and I got Instagram due to peer pressure to keep up with bunkmates from summer camps whom I no longer remember. My thumb hovers over Twitter, and I know I shouldn't look. I'm not ready to face things. But I tap the app on my screen anyway, the notification feed updating. Condolences for your loss, says one person. I scroll through the notifications, some of them direct tweets of sympathies, and some of them where I'm tagged in the conversation. Brave girl, stay strong, writes Rowdy Red, and another directly to me. How does a mother decide to abandon her child for her husband? I'm so sorry. You deserved better. Shut up, comes someone else's response to that tweet. You have no idea what they were going through. I scan tweet after tweet, and it doesn't take long for me to lose what little interest I had in checking my DMs. People yelling at me because they can't yell at my parents. People yelling at each other in conversation. Suicide is self-murder. Murder is the gravest of sins. Your body belongs to God. Taking your life away from Him is stealing. At least your mother made her contribution to the world, writes one asshole, captioning a nearly nude picture of my mother from one of her earlier films. I close my eyes and don't open them until I've scrolled past, and it just gets uglier as they carry on their conversation, either oblivious or too callous to care that I'm being tagged in everything they say. She hasn't even made a statement. I think she has like Asperger's or something. Yeah, have you seen pictures of her? It's like emotion doesn't register. And then Deep State Tom chimes in with his gem of wisdom. Asperger's is the modern-day pussy's excuse for what we called back in my day being a cold bitch. I'm not cold. And, of course, others are worried about my father's unfinished projects. Who's finishing the Sun Hunter trilogy with DeHaas gone now? I feel like I should say something. One tweet or whatever, even though I don't think it's important for these people to hear me. But I feel compelled to remind them that a human is here, and I shake my head, closing my eyes again. I don't want them to think I didn't love my parents, even though I'm not sure I did. I swallow and start typing out a tweet. Thank you for all the support, everyone, as I what, mourn their loss? I stop, my fingers hovering over the letters before I backspace and delete what I wrote. I try again. Thank you for the thoughts and prayers during this difficult... Nope, delete. Everything I write feels insincere. I'm not emotional, especially publicly. I wish I could express myself. I wish this were easier. I wish I was different and... I wish... I type. But nothing comes. I hesitate a moment, the urge to speak there but not the courage, and I discard the draft, closing out the app. Pressing my thumb to the Twitter icon, I drag it to the trash and do the same with my Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and email. Going into the App Store, I uninstall each one, cutting myself off. I want to speak, but I'm not ready to deal with the response to whatever I say, so I take away the torture. The accounts still exist, just not my immediate access to them. Plugging my phone back into the charger and far away from my person, I spend the next hour unpacking my suitcases and rearranging the room, despite myself. I never actually decided I would stay, but I know I'm not leaving today, and I need something to do that keeps me away from them. Under things in the top drawer, the night clothes, workout clothes, and t-shirts. I hang up everything else. Jackets, blouses, shirts, pants, jeans. Left to right, dark to light. I arrange all of my shoes on the floor of the closet, knowing my heels won't see the light of day here, but I expected as much. No one to dress for sounds fine to me. I stick the few magazines and books I'd brought on the empty built-in bookshelf and set my makeup cases, hairdryer, and irons neatly next to the desk, and then walk my shampoo and conditioner into the bathroom. I set my soaps on the edge of the tub before pulling out my toothbrush and swiping some toothpaste across the bristles. Finishing my teeth, I secure my toothbrush back inside its travel tube and take that and my toothpaste back into my bedroom, setting them both on the bedside table. I always kept my toothbrush in my bathroom back home, but only because I was the only one to use the bathroom. But men are gross. They leave the toilet seat up, and according to a study I once read, fecal matter sprays into the air when toilets flush. The bacteria can get on everything. No thank you. I brush out my hair, pull it up into a ponytail, and then look around the neat bedroom for something, anything. I don't want to leave the room, and I might be repacking tomorrow, but if nothing else, at least I didn't think about my parents while I was unpacking. Or while I was mad at Jake earlier. Blowing out a breath, I walk out of the room, closing the door behind me, and head downstairs. A drill whirs from the shop, and I hear a pounding in the front of the house, so I head outside, knowing I don't know shit about building motorcycles. Jake stands off to my left, planting his arm against the house and hammering a piece of siding. "Can I help?" I ask reluctantly. But I don't look him in the eye. He stops hammering, and out of the corner of my eye, I see him look over at me. "Come and hold this," he instructs. I step down off the porch. Treading through the grass, I approach his side and fit my hands next to his, taking over holding the board for him. He points a nail at the board and pounds that one in before adding 2 more. He reaches down to pick up another piece of wood, and I follow his lead, helping him. But then I catch sight of something on his waist. His t-shirt is tucked back into his back pocket again, and I try to make out the tattoo. My Mexico. It's in dark blue script, an arch over his left hip, on the side of his torso just above his jeans line. I hold the next board for him as he puts a nail into the center, and then I spot another hammer in the nearby toolbox and take it out with a nail from the coffee can. I place the point on the wood, and Jake taps the space about an inch over from where I have it. "Right there," he instructs, and swipes his hand up, showing the line of nails on all the previous boards. "Follow the pattern." I nod, moving the nail. I tap, 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 aware of his eyes on me. "Here, like this," he says and reaches toward me. but I pull the hammer and nail away, seeing him immediately back off. Putting it back in place, I hammer the nail into the house, accidentally hitting the edge and bending the piece of metal. I clench my teeth and dig out the nail, replacing it with another and trying again. He's still staring at me. "I won't learn anything if you don't give me a chance," I tell him. He moves, a hint of humor in his voice. "I didn't say anything." We continue working in silence, both of us lifting board after board, pounding nail after nail. My pace quickens, and he watches me less and less, probably because I'm not slowing him down anymore. Although this is a two-person job, why wasn't Noah helping him? He's in the garage, but this would have moved a lot faster than trying to do it alone. Noah's words from this morning came back to me, and the meaning behind them finally hits me now, hours later. They don't get along, do they? And I almost smile a little. I suddenly feel a slight measure of camaraderie with Noah. Jake picks up a board and I take my end, both of us fitting it right underneath the previous piece of siding. But as I slide my hand down its length for a better hold, something sharp digs into my skin and I hiss. I drop my end of the board and bring my hand up, seeing a long, thick piece of wood embedded into my palm. Wincing, I gently tug at the half still sticking out, increasing the force when it doesn't budge. A sting shoots through my hand and I need more light. But before I can turn around to head into the house, Jake takes my hand and inspects the splinter. I try to pull away. "I got it," but he ignores me. Focusing on my hand, he presses down on my skin where the sliver is embedded, holding it in place before he snaps it in half, breaking off the slack. I jerk, sucking in air between my teeth. "Who taught you to shoot?" he asks, poking at the rest of the splinter. I can't imagine Hannes taking up any outdoor activity that didn't include a yacht or a golf cart. I shoot my eyes up to his face. That's 2 digs today. Jake's eyes flash to me for a moment like he's waiting for me to say something. "You're not sad at the mention of him." It's an observation, not a question. My shoulders tense, a little self-conscious because I know what he expects. I'm not acting right, and he's noticed. I look away, hearing the faint, high-pitched sounds of motorcycle engines growing closer. I don't want to talk about my father. "Yeah, me neither." He digs his thumb under the splinter, trying to push it up and out, and I try to yank my hand away. "Stop that." But he tightens his hold and pulls my hand back to him. "Stop moving." While he keeps working the splinter, trying to push it out, I hear the buzz of engines grow louder and spot a team of dirt bikes speeding up the gravel driveway. About 5 guys crowd the area behind my uncle's truck and pull to a stop, pulling off helmets and chuckling to each other. They're all dressed in colorful attire, looking very motocross, or supercross, or whatever it is they do here. Noah trots out of the shop and approaches one of the guys. "Hey, man." They shake hands, and he continues wiping the grease off his fingers as he walks around the bikes, taking a look at what the guys are driving. "Hey, how's it going?" he greets another. "Did you run today?" They talk, and Jake tightens his hold on my hand before spinning around and pulling me after him into the shop. Heading over to a workbench, he flips on a lamp and holds my palm under it to get a better view. "I'm sorry," he says. "What?" I turn my eyes on him. "The taunt about your dad," he explains, still inspecting my splinter. "I'm a prick. I'm sure I screwed up my own kids 10 different ways to Sunday, so I have no room to talk." I turn my head, seeing Noah make the rounds to his friends, one of them still straddling his bike and lighting a cigarette. He peers over at me. "You're different than I thought you'd be," Jake says softly. I look back to him. "Complicated," he explains. "Tough to read. And even if I could read you, I'm not sure I can be a comfort to you." He gives a weak smirk. I'm not upset by their deaths, Tiernan, but I am sorry you are. I turn my eyes away again, toward the guys outside. I'm not upset. The guy in Noah's group of friends with the frat boy haircut and crystal eyes is still staring at me, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he smokes. Is that Caleb? I feel Jake's eyes on me too. I don't want to talk about my father, I state again, before he has the chance to keep going. But pain slices through my hand like a spider bite and I hiss, meeting his eyes again. What the hell? That hurt. But as I glare up at him, the splinter is forgotten, and I stop breathing for a moment. Warmth spreads up my neck as his gaze hovers down on mine, hard and angry, but kind of puzzled too, like he's trying to figure me out. His eyes aren't blue. I thought they were, like Noah's. They're green, like summer grass. A breeze blows through the open doors of the shop, the chatter and laughter outside miles away as a wisp of my hair, loose from the ponytail, blows across my lips. His eyes drop to my mouth, and I stop breathing, everything getting warm. A trickle of sweat glides down his neck, and the hair on my arm stands on end, aware of his naked chest. We're too close. I swallow, my mouth sandy and dry. He finally blinks a few times, and then he brings the palm of my hand up to his lips, the warmth of his mouth trying to suck the wood from my hand. My mouth falls open a little as his teeth gnaw and tease the splinter, and my skin is sucked and tickled. My fingertips graze the scruff on his cheek. I can do that. I don't need your help. But I can't manage to say it out loud. Oh, shit, I hear someone say outside. Pulling my attention away from my uncle, I look outside to see Noah checking out someone's bike. The magazine cover turns his eyes on me again. Who's that? He asks Noah. Noah follows his gaze and sees me, but ignores him. Stay away from the local guys, you understand? Jake tells me. I look up at him. He continues. If you get a boyfriend, you won't be able to see him once we're snowed in anyway. Besides, they're not your type. How do you know? Because I'm telling you they're not your type. He shoots back. I will let you know when one is. What a Neanderthal, for Christ's sake. I keep quiet, no desire to argue with him. I'm not looking for a guy, but I can take care of myself. His sons grew up with him in their faces. I'm used to making my own decisions. They're bored, he tells me. And when you're bored, you only want two things, and beer doesn't last forever. So they're different from other guys my age, how? I know what teenagers are into. I know what men want from women. I'm not a fragile rose petal. His teeth work my palm and flutters hit my stomach. I look up at him. The fact that I now live with 3 healthy, semi-young males, all of who are also part of the local guys he's warning me about. You don't get bored up here during the winter? I taunt, dropping my voice to just between us. When the beer runs out? His eyes tighten at the corners, getting my meaning. Are he and his sons any different? Will there be more naked women hanging out around the bathroom? He finally gets hold of the splinter and pulls it out, but I don't look away, even as it stings. He lowers my hand, rubbing his thumb over the small wound. It's fine. I pull it away, wiping whatever little blood was there. Are you sorry you came? He asks me. Surprisingly, I'm not taken off guard by the question, probably because I wouldn't be scared to be rude if the truth was in the negative. I don't know, I tell him honestly. I'm not happy, but I wouldn't be happy at home or at Bryn Mawr or probably anywhere. I didn't expect to be happy coming here, so it doesn't matter. I look out of the shop, all of the guys revving their engines and turning their bikes around to leave. Noah backs away, obviously not joining them. Do you like being here? Jake presses. I don't know, I tell him again. Where would you rather be? I don't know. Why does he want to know? I don't. I finally meet his eyes, chewing the corner of my mouth. I don't want to be. I trail off, trying to find the words. I don't want to be, but the sentence comes out sounding complete. His eyes turn guarded as he looks at me. I don't want to be anywhere, I quickly say. I might have had some misperceptions about what to expect here, but I at least thought 3 single men wouldn't desire a lot of touchy-feely conversation. This guy seems to want to connect, and it's aggravating me. I turn and start to walk out of the shop, just as the dirt bikes are all speeding away. Make some sandwiches, please, Jake calls after me. Just put them in the fridge to grab and go. Doesn't matter what kind. We're not picky. We're not picky. I walk into the house, head for the kitchen, and yank open both fridge doors. Then I pull open the crisper and freezer drawers below as I take stock of everything I have to work with. He's keeping me busy. I should be grateful. And he's giving me a chore where I don't have to talk to anyone. I like to cook. I can listen to music and be left alone. And sandwiches aren't hard. I tap my fingers on the door handle as I hold open the fridge. I don't know. He just rubs me the wrong way, like he's enjoying his guardianship a little too much. My parents wouldn't have cared if I'd had orgies in my bedroom as long as nothing wound up on Snapchat. This guy, though. Already he's flexing his dominance. Mind you, I have no interest in orgies or men right now anyway, but I've been raising myself for years, and now I have to downshift. It's too much to ask. I may only be 17, but that's only on paper. Why the hell does he want lunch now anyway? Breakfast was an hour ago. And at that, my stomach growls. I falter a moment, holding my hand to my stomach. I didn't eat breakfast, or anything since the berries at breakfast yesterday. Pulling out lunch meat, the condiments, and some lettuce, I get busy, building some sandwiches, taking bites of one to get something into me, and then I cut them diagonally and place the triangles onto a large plate. I find the saran wrap in a drawer on the island and wrap up the tray, setting it in the fridge. Not sure if that's their lunch, but that's all they're getting out of me. I'll see if he needs me to run into town for anything. I could use a drive. But just as I go to close the refrigerator door, I see a drop of water hit the glass just above the crisper drawer. Bending down, I put my hand in a small puddle of water. It's leaking. Peering into the back of the fridge, I try to gauge where it's coming from and see the motor frosted over and caked with ice. I stand up straight and chew the corner of my mouth. Should I tell him? I'm sure he knows. Spotting their iPad on the counter, I grab it and turn it on. A password prompt comes up, and right away I enter "No Mercy," hazarding a guess. It immediately unlocks. Heading to YouTube, I check the model of the refrigerator and bring up some videos. Over the next hour, I empty the refrigerator and work it away from the wall, putting all of my weight into pulling it out and unplugging the power. Then, I swipe some tools from the shop and get to work following the video's directions, chipping away and unthawing the motor, repairing the leak in the tube, and reassembling everything. I'm not sure if it will work, or how mad he'll be if I made it worse, but that's a perk of being rich. I'll buy him a new one. I stop twisting the screwdriver, realization hitting all of a sudden. Can I buy him a new one? I mean, minors can't inherit money. Their guardians have power of attorney until they're of age. So technically, my inheritance is completely in his hands, unless my parents put something into a trust, which their lawyer might have had the foresight to do, but should I be worried? The money never mattered, but that's only because I always had it. I talk a big talk, but if I can't pay for college, then that changes things. Did my parents trust him with me and my well-being, or Was there just not anyone else? I don't know if I can trust him, but I definitely didn't trust them to do what was right for me. This guy has my future in his grip. For the next 10 weeks, anyway. Despite the kick-up of my pulse, I forge ahead, lost in thought, and refasten the motor cover and reach behind the appliance, plugging it back in. The motor gently purrs, and cool air starts to breathe back into the machine. So far, so good. "You did that?" I hear someone ask. I turn my head, seeing Noah standing at the island, shirt off, sweaty and out of breath, as he looks at the video on the iPad I have propped up on the counter. Looking over to where the leak was, he sees it's now dry. "Good job," he says. "We've been meaning to get on that." I turn back around, but not before I take another quick glance, noticing his torso and arms are completely clean of any tattoos. I don't know why that strikes me as off. Maybe since his father has one, I thought he would. Getting busy, I reload all of the food into the fridge, faintly hearing some kind of machine running outside and guessing it must be Jake. "So, when do you turn 18? Noah asks. I don't stop, as he just leans against the island watching me. "November 1st. "You gonna leave then?" I glance at him, taking a moment to realize what he means. I don't have to stay now. Didn't his father tell him he gave me a choice on the phone? "I would leave," he offers. "I would leave in a heartbeat. You're here and you don't have to be. I have to be here, but I don't want to be." "It's as good a place as any," I reply softly, placing some condiments back into the door shelf. "Why?" "Because you're still you, no matter where you go," I retort. I stop and look up at him, his sweaty hair falling in his eyes and his hat hanging from his fingers. He still looks puzzled. "There are just as many happy people in Cleveland as there are in Paris," I explain, "and just as many sad ones." "Yeah, well, I'd rather be sad on a beach." I snort, smiling despite myself. I laugh a little, but I quickly turn away, pushing the amusement down. But in a moment, he's at my side, pushing the A1 and Heinz sauce on the rack on the door. He stares down at me, and my stomach dips. "You have a pretty smile, cuz," he tells me. "If you stay, I'll make you smile some more." Oh geez, isn't he charming? Ignoring him, I finish reloading everything, not even caring that nothing is organized. He laughs under his breath and helps me, both of us getting the job done in a few minutes. Jake walks in and heads for the fridge, and I move out of the way, letting him in. I gather the tools I used and start to walk away to put them back in the shop where I found them, but I hear my uncle's gruff voice. "Where's the sausage?" he asks. I turn toward him, seeing him sift through all the shelves, nothing where he left it now. "There was mold growing on it," I tell him. I threw it away along with a few other things, but he just looks at me, and I steel my spine. "It can be cut off," he says. Cut off? Gross. There are levels of decay. The mold just makes it easier to see the really bad parts. "You don't waste any time, do you?" he gripes, moving things out of the way, appearing to look for something else. "Everything's rearranged." "Dad." Noah tries to step in, but his father just stands up straight and looks at his son. "And where the hell did you go?" Jake asks. He had left earlier. Was he not supposed to? But Noah's jaw just tenses, and instead of answering, he shakes his head and leaves. I don't know if I envy Noah or what. He doesn't get along with his father either, but at least he has his attention. I drop my eyes and tap the iPad screen, closing out YouTube and the refrigerator repair video I used. "Look," Jake says, turned toward me and his voice lower now. "Don't go above and beyond, okay? We run a well-oiled machine here, so just do what I ask. Reorganizing the refrigerator or cabinets or decorating, anything like that is not necessary. Or really appreciated, to be honest. If you need ideas for chores, I can give you plenty." I nod, and I set the tools on the counter and leave the kitchen. That night, hours into a thunderstorm that had been raging since after dinner, I snap awake, every muscle in my body tight and hot. I clench the sheets at my side, my chest rising and falling with rapid breaths and sweat dripping down my neck. I gasp, trying to breathe, but I can't fucking move. I try to swallow, but it takes 4 times before I'm able to wet my dry throat. I roll my eyes around the room, fear lingering in my brain, but I'm not sure why, as I take inventory of my surroundings. The room is dark, the storm still rocking against my windows, and I hear the drops pummel the deck outside my room. Slowly, I stretch out my fingers, prying my hands off the sheets, and I sit up, wincing at the ache in my shoulders and neck from being locked up too long. Did I dream? I close my eyes, the tears I don't remember crying seeping out and joining the ones already wetting my face. I don't remember anything, but I must have been crying or screaming, because my throat is burning and my knuckles ache from clenching my fists. I quickly glance at my door, relieved to see it still closed. Thank God I wasn't loud enough to wake anyone. I throw off the covers and walk to the chest of drawers to retrieve my phone. When I was a kid, I had terrible episodes of screaming and crying, absolute midnight mania, where I'd wake up and carry on, but I was completely asleep. They said it was night terrors, and when it was over, when Mirai or whatever nanny soothed me back to the sleep, I never remembered anything. I only knew it happened because my muscles would be drained, my throat would be dry, and I'd wake up with eyes burning from the tears. I pick up my phone and turn it on. 1:15 a.m. Tears prick my throat, but I push them down. It was always somewhere around 1:15 a.m., my parents had said. Some kind of internal clock thing. But my night terrors ended. I haven't had one since 4th grade, maybe? I drop my phone back onto the dresser, propping my elbows on top and holding my head in my hands. I'm an adult. I'm alone. I glance at the door again. I don't want them to hear me screaming like some nutcase. I finally notice a sting on my arm and look down to see 3 red half moons on my forearm, and I instantly know what they are, the memory coming back like it was yesterday. I'd clawed myself in my sleep. The bag of candy still sits on my dresser, and I shoot out my arm, swiping the bag off the dresser and into the garbage can off to the side. What the hell was I doing in my sleep? How could I not wake up? What happens if I'm alone in LA or when I go off to college and I have to have a roommate? I shouldn't be alone, but I'm not sure I should stay here with them. My parents' death could be triggering it, or it could be something else.
Chapter 5. Jake. She shouldn't be here. This is a mistake. I can't do Tiernan any good. I can barely keep my own kids under control. Noah is 10 seconds from packing a bag and leaving any day, and Caleb. Jesus. Caleb. I've never been able to imagine that kid's future, because men like him don't live long. He makes too many enemies. I throw off the covers, having a shitty night's sleep despite all the space I had in bed without Jules there. I need to start locking the doors at night. I mean, what guy doesn't want to wake up at 2 a.m. to a 23-year-old naked redhead on top of him? But she's making a habit of it. And the sex isn't very good. I rub my hands over my face. I don't know. Maybe it is good and I'm just bored. I can't talk to her, or the 3 who came before her. I certainly don't have any business having another responsibility under my roof right now, or ever. I'm a terrible father, and I'm too old for more surprises like a teenage girl living in my house. Hannes could go fuck himself wherever he was in hell. Sitting up, I throw my legs over the side of the bed and stand up, grabbing my jeans off the chair. That son of a bitch. I hadn't spoken to my stepbrother or anyone in that family for over 20 years. But I'm worth a mention in his will? Was there really no one else who knew her and would have gladly taken her? But no. I called her up that night, heard something in her voice that grabbed hold of me, and I spoke before I had a chance to think. The kid has problems. Of course, that makes her no different than my own kids, but Hanez and Amelia fucked her up. She's so different than I thought she'd be. Quiet, rigid, afraid. I have no idea how to handle her. I'm not smart enough for this. People like her, who don't show emotion, are finding other ways to release it. So, what is it with her? Drugs? Alcohol? Cutting? Sex? I stop. An image of Tiernan in the back seat of some car, sweat on her face, hair sticking to her cheek, eyes closed, breathing hard, pops into my head. I let out a breath and yank my t-shirt off the chair, tucking it into my back pocket for later. She better not. I'm not supplying this town with new pussy. I cock my neck side to side, hearing it crack a couple of times. Hanez and Amelia should never have had a kid. I never understood what her parents saw in each other, but shit sticks together, I guess. The best thing that could have happened to Tiernan was to lose them, and I'm only sorry it didn't happen sooner. I walk to my bedroom door, open it, and cross the hall to her room. I knock. Tiernan! It's only just after 5, and I rub the sore muscles on my neck. I don't want to wake her up, but I didn't get a chance to apologize yesterday because she stayed in her room the rest of the damn day. But I'm not letting her hide in here just because I was an asshole. When there's no answer, I knock again. Tiernan! The house is silent, other than the faint music Noah sleeps to drifting out from underneath his bedroom door. Hesitantly, I crack open her door, slowly in case she freaks out, and peek my head inside. Tiernan. It's Jake, I say in a low voice. Her smell hits me, and I pause. It smells like skin, wet from the rain. Deja vu suddenly washes over me, and I inhale deeper. Skin with the faintest hint of fragrance. Like that soft, hidden place behind a woman's ear that smells like her, but also a little of her perfume and shampoo and sweat. And suddenly, I can taste it. It used to be my favorite place to kiss her. God, I'd forgotten. I clear my throat, straighten my spine. Tiernan, I call, but it comes out as a bark. Not sure why I'm aggravated now. I take a step into the room, but as the bed comes into view, I see it's already made, and she's definitely not in it. My heart skips a beat, and I open the door wide, looking around her bedroom. She wouldn't have left. The lights are off, but the dim morning light pours through her balcony doors, and I see the room is just as neat as when she arrived, although a few things have been moved. Her personal items sit on the top of her desk and her dresser, and I see a pair of flip-flops by the bedstand. Okay. She didn't leave then. Not sure how she could anyway, remote as we are, but I wouldn't put it past her to try. Leaving the room, I close the door behind me and give Noah's door 2 hard pounds as I pass by and head down the stairs. He needs to get his ass up too, and the fact that I still need to be my 20-year-old kid's alarm clock is ridiculous. As soon as I hit the living room, though, I smell coffee and know I'm not the only one up. Tiernan works at something on the table, and I glance over, trying to see what she's doing as I walk to the coffee pot. Her hair is piled into a messy bun on the top of her head as she appears to glue pieces of something together. I pour a cup of coffee, swallowing hard. Thank you for fixing the fridge, I say, not looking at her. I felt like an ass yesterday when Noah told me that everything in the fridge was out of its usual order because she had to empty it to fix it. A huge ass. And after the surprise wore off, I was impressed. So much of the world simply replaces broken things or hires out to have it fixed, not wanting to trouble themselves to learn things on their own, even with the plethora of help there is on the internet. She's self-sufficient. When she still hasn't responded, I turn around, taking a drink from my mug as I slowly approach. She pieces together a plate that appears to have broken, gluing each piece carefully together. It's one of our green ones. The corner of my mouth turns up in a small smile. She really didn't have to bother. It's a cheap plate, and they're easy to break. I shoot my eyes up to her face again. Her gaze focused, lips closed, and her breathing even and controlled like I'm not standing right here. "Tiernan," I say again. But she still doesn't respond. Jesus, it's like talking to my kids. Are all teenagers like this? Putting the last piece in place, she holds it for a few moments, and then takes a paper towel to clean up any bubbled glue. "Is there anything I can help with today?" she suddenly asks, finally glancing up at me. "Huh?" She looks up at me, stray strands of hair falling around her face and in her eyes, and again, I'm taken off guard. I'd braced myself for a confrontation after the way I'd acted yesterday, but she's ready to move on. Should I push a conversation, or let it alone? I run my hand over my scalp. Whatever. If she's going to make this easy for me, I won't complain. Yeah, I say, letting out a sigh of relief. She rises from her chair, standing up right in front of me, but her eyes immediately land on my chest, and she quickly looks away. I tighten my lips and pull my t-shirt out of my back pocket to slip it on. Hanez, who was born wearing a suit, and Brinemore, an education that's comprised of same-sex classmates. I guess she's not used to this. She'll get her feet wet here, though. "Where do you need me?" she asks, looking ready to be anywhere but the kitchen. I hide my smile. "I have to, milk Bernadette," I tell her as I turn around to grab a cup of coffee. Her gaze falters. "The cow," I explain. "The horses need to be fed, and the stalls need to be cleared. Noah will show you how it's done." "And then?" "And then?" I grip my mug, leaning against the counter. "We have work in the shop to get to, so if you want to do breakfast, that'd be a big help." "I should have asked nicer yesterday." She simply nods. I start to walk past her, but stop and look down at her. "The bacon exactly like you did yesterday," I say. "Got it?" She keeps her eyes planted on the floor for another moment, but then she looks up and meets my eyes. "Got it." I stare down at her. I wish she'd smile. I don't expect it, given what's happened to her, but I have a feeling she doesn't smile a lot regardless. She is pretty, though. I'd give her parents that much. Flawless skin that looks almost porcelain, high cheekbones, the hollows rosy, eyebrows a little darker than her hair, framing long lashes, and Amelia's stormy gray eyes more piercing than her mother's because she has the same dark ring around the iris that her father had. She's more her mother, though. The slender neck, the curve of the waist, the spine and shoulders that made her seem statuesque sometimes. On Amelia, it looked cold. On Tiernan, it makes you wonder how she'd bend and move in someone's arms. Someone's. My body warms, and I hold her gaze for a moment. Amelia. And Hanez. Amusement tugs at the corners of my mouth, but I don't let it show. I don't need her to stay. It's no skin off my nose if she leaves, but I can forbid her from leaving if I want to. If for no other reason than to burn off my exceeding supply of frustration with her father, to make her work off his debt to me, to fuck up her life just a little bit, to make her... She wets her pink lips, and my breath catches for a moment. If I were a worse man. Setting down my mug, I head to the closet and pull my Rockies cap off the coat rack, fitting it on my head. I need to get out of here. I'm not sure where the hell my mind is going, but it's not right. She's my responsibility, not my opportunity for payback. Not to mention, she's quiet, boring, and a little pathetic. I can't torture someone who won't fight back. A moment later, I hear Noah's footfalls on the stairs and watch him head for the coffee pot with his t-shirt slung over his shoulder and no shoes or socks on. We've got a lot to do today, I warn him, knowing it takes him at least 20 minutes to get out the door after he wakes up. I have 2 sons, and neither one of them is entirely present. Caleb was easier when he was here, and Noah was always here, but never easy. Show Tiernan how to do the stalls and feed the horses. He nods without looking at me as a yawn stretches across his face. I pull on my boots and head back into the kitchen, transferring my coffee into a travel mug to take outside with me. I hear Noah's voice. "Do you have an undershirt on?" I look over at him and Tiernan, seeing her nod. She wears jeans and a peasant blouse, not really dressy, but it's white. "Take off your shirt then," he says, taking a drink. She pinches her eyebrows at him. "I'm giving you a new one," he explains, tossing the flannel over his shoulder onto the back of a chair, "and kick off your shoes." He heads across the kitchen, opening the shop door and reaching inside. He pulls in a pair of his old, muddy rain boots from when he was 13 or so and tosses them across the floor at her. It's a good idea. She won't want her expensive clothes ruined. I dart my eyes to her, expecting her to look uncertain, but she only hesitates a moment before slowly starting to unbutton her blouse. I clear my throat again and look away. She should be doing that in the privacy of the bathroom. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her pull off the shirt and fold it over the back of a chair. She has something else white on underneath, and I see Noah approach her, but I keep my eyes averted as I grab an apple to take outside with me. An invisible hook keeps tugging at my chin, pulling at me to look at her, but I just blink a few times and charge out of the room, biting hard into the apple. This is bullshit. An hour later, I'm pulling up to the stables in an ATV loaded with a few bales of hay when my phone rings. Pulling it out, I look at the number and see it's the same area code as Tiernan's. "Hello?" I answer. I don't want any crap, but it could be her parents' lawyer calling, so... "Hi, Mr. Vanderberg," a woman with a slight accent says. "I'm Mariah Patel, Mrs. Dahas's assistant." I hold the phone to my ear, pulling on my work gloves. How does a dead woman still have an assistant? But she doesn't respond, and I almost smile because I've succeeded at being insensitive. "What do you want?" I ask, hauling a bale into my hands and stacking it next to the stable. "Tiernan has a phone if you want to talk to her." "I wanted to talk to you, actually." For Christ's sake, why? Miss Patel is silent for a moment, and then inquires, "How is she?" "How is she? That's why you're calling me?" "She's fine," I grunt, pulling another brick of hay up off the ATV. She's quiet again, and after a few more moments, I take the phone in my hand, about ready to hang up. I don't have time for this. "Look, I don't know how to say this in a way that isn't completely awkward," she finally tells me, "so I'm just going to say it." Good. I glance through the doorway of the stable, seeing Noah and Tiernan's heads over the top of a stall as they churn the hay. "I'd like her to come home," Patel says. Tiernan can leave whenever she wants. I didn't make her come here. But at the same time, who is this woman to tell me what to do with my niece? Mariah Patel goes on. "I can't make her, and she'll probably be angry I'm talking to you. But? I'm worried about her," she finally states. "Tiernan doesn't talk about things, and her parents passing away like they did won't allow her the opportunity to resolve any of her issues with them. I want to be there for her, I'm worried everything building up inside of her will eventually spill over. Spill over? Who is this woman? What arrogance to think I can't handle this. I mean, I can't, but she doesn't know that. I'm sure you've noticed that she's quiet, Patel tells me. And? If a quiet kid is all I'm dealing with, then maybe I do have all the experience necessary to handle this. And you think you can raise her better? I ask. I think you don't know her. I do. I squeeze my fist around the phone. A stranger I've never met or heard of until today lays claim to my brother's child, and she thought this conversation was going to go well? And I think if I turn over guardianship of Tiernan to you, I say, that puts you in charge of not only her emotional support, but her finances as well. Am I right, Miss Patel? She falls silent, and I smile to myself. Why else would someone who has no obligation to an underage orphan want that responsibility unless that underage orphan is loaded? But then she speaks up, her tone firm. I've had access to her finances since I started working for her parents 10 years ago, she says. I can be trusted. Can you? I narrow my eyes. Just think of what all those millions will do for your business, Mr. Vanderberg, she says. And I clench my teeth so goddamn hard an ache flashes through my jaw like lightning. Is that what she thinks? I would sooner flush that money down the fucking toilet. Her place, I finally grit out, is with her family. Her place is with someone who loves her. This conversation is over. And I start to pull the phone away from my ear, but then I hear her voice again and stop. She used to wake up every night around 1 a.m, Patel says, like clockwork and without an alarm. Did you know that, Mr. Vanderberg? I remain silent, unsure if she's telling the truth and hating that she knows something I don't if it is. Do you know why? She taunts further. I glance into the stable at Tiernan, watching her hop out of one of the stalls with her arm covering her nose and mouth as she dry heaves at the smell. Noah pats her on the back, silently laughing behind her, but then she swats at him, and he just laughs harder. You would think her family would know that about her, Patel mocks me. Goodbye, Mr. Vanderberg. And then the line is dead. I stare at my screen for a moment and then back at Tiernan. She and Noah are bantering back and forth, a big-ass grin on his face, and keeping the rake from her as she tries to take it back. Finally, she grabs hold of it and marches back into the stall. I smile to myself. She's stronger than that woman gives her credit for. Mariah Patel may care about Tiernan, but she's had her for 10 years. What good did it do the kid? That woman had her chance. Pulling a cloth out of my back pocket, I head into the stable, shaking out the square and matching 2 corners to make a triangle. Finding Tiernan in a stall, I see her bent over, shuffling the hay with her ponytail sticking out the back of one of Noah's caps. Hey, I touch her back. She jerks up and spins around, bumping into my chest. I hold up the cloth, gesturing toward her face. It's clean, I tell her. It'll help with the smell. I move to tie it around her nose and mouth, but she shakes her head. I'm okay. I laugh under my breath, expecting as much. Why are you so stubborn? And I move around her, tying it at the back of her head before she has a chance to fight me more. Coming around the front, I only see her eyes peering out from under the cap and the rest covered with the handkerchief. She looks like a bank robber, and I almost snort. But she doesn't look happy right now, so I keep the joke to myself. You don't have to be so tough, I tease, knocking the bill of her cap. It fucking stinks in here. You'll get used to it, though. But instead of saying thank you, she simply turns back around and continues working. I stand there a moment, my muscles tight with slight frustration. I'm sure you've noticed that she's quiet. Yeah, lady, she's quiet. Slowly, I turn to leave, but I glance over my shoulder at her once again. But when I do, she's staring at me. She's stopped raking. Her eyes, dark under the shadow of the cap, make my heart skip a beat, and I pause. But quickly, as if it was nothing, she puts her head back down and starts working again. I stand there, watching her.
Everything building up inside of her will eventually spill over, Mariah had said.
I turn my lips up in a slight smile. Maybe that's exactly what the kid needs. Finished already? I asked when Noah and Tiernan headed over to me. I stand in the truck bed, pushing the broom and the last remnants of hay, dirt, and shit I've had to haul this week. Don't worry, Noah chides. We did it right. She's on a mission, though. Do you have more? Tiernan looks up at me expectantly with my handkerchief around her neck. More. She breathes hard, and I pull out my phone, checking the time. They got done with that a lot sooner than when it's just Noah and Caleb. I stick my phone back in my pocket. Take the clothes off the line, I tell her, and I need fresh soapy water, hot. And then I look at her. And then breakfast. She nods and spins around, hurrying back to the house. Noah looks after her. I remember when I was new to chores, he says wistfully. It was kind of fun. For a few minutes. I shake my head. I don't think Tiernan finds this fun. If we train her up, it'll be like I'm not even gone, he tells me. I shoot him a look, but I don't stop as I shove another pile of debris out of the back of the truck. Don't piss me off today, I warn him. He's not leaving, and Tiernan isn't here to take his workload. I can see him looking at me out of the corner of my eye, wanting this conversation, but I won't do it. We've had this talk, and I'm done. He's not going away. He's 20 fucking years old. He doesn't know what he wants, or what he needs. Making a mistake takes seconds. Living with them takes a lifetime. And I don't want my sons to suffer like that. Before he can try to fight me again, I hop down from the truck and head for the house to get my own soapy water.
Chapter 6. Tiernan. Is it okay if I take a truck to town and do some food shopping? I sit at the breakfast table, toying with the burnt bacon in my hand and feeling it crumble onto the plate like a potato chip. I can pick up anything you might need too while I'm out. Jake looks up at me, chewing his food, and I zone in right between his eyes, focusing to get my mind off the fact that his stupid shirt is off again. I mean, seriously, do these men ever get completely dressed? Women survive with the heat and sweat all the time without discarding our clothing. What do you need to eat other than bacon? He questions, but I keep my expression even, not indulging his joke. He finally laughs. Of course you can take the truck. Reaching into his back pocket, he opens his wallet and pulls out some cash, tossing it into the middle of the table, while Noah downs the rest of his milk. I have money, I insist. I can contribute to my own expenses. But he just argues back. So do I, he says. We don't need DeHaas money in this house. DeHaas money. He slips his wallet back into his pocket, and I glance down at the $100 he dropped on the table, far more than I actually need. But I think he knows that. He just wants me to see that he can accommodate my lofty standards as much as his brother could. Unfortunately, I can't stop myself. You won't take DeHaas money, but you'll take a DeHaas. And I raise my eyes again, locking gazes with him. If he resents my parents' money in this house, then surely he resents me in this house too. You're ours, he states plainly. We pay for what you need. I stare at him another moment, and then Noah reaches into the middle of the table, snatching up the cash. I'll go with her. I need some shit. We both get up, clearing our plates and loading the dishwasher. Toss the plastic bags into the barrel when you unpack groceries, Jake tells us, still eating at the table. I'm burning trash this afternoon. I stop and glare at the back of his head. Burning trash? I repeat, searching for an argument he'll listen to. Please, don't. It's bad for you breathing it in, and it's really bad for the planet. I circle the table to face him. It's illegal for a reason. Burning leaves is one thing, but plastic and... His fork clangs on the plate, and he picks his cup of coffee up. Garbage trucks don't get up here, sweetheart. We'll figure it out, I retort. You can't burn plastic or inked paper or... California girls are environmentally conscious, aren't they? Noah laughs from the sink. No plastic straws. You have to bring your own bags to the supermarket. I hear they only flush the toilet every other time they go, too. I dig in my eyebrows so deep it hurts. Yeah, sometimes we'll even shower together to conserve water. It's awesome. I hear Jake snort and I drop my eyes again, arching an eyebrow at myself. Not sure where my newfound sarcasm came from, but I harden my jaw, not allowing myself to enjoy it. I turn to leave, but I stop and glare at Jake again. And that DeHaas money is hard-earned, I say. My parents made contributions to the world. People value what they did, whether you liked them or not, whether I liked them or not. I blink at the words coming out of my mouth, surprising myself. But while I had my problems with my parents, I realize for the first time that I'm a little protective of their legacy. The world will remember them, I point out. And so will I. Jake leans back in his chair, regarding me with an amused look. Especially with you around. I hesitate, his words unnerving me for some reason. The sense of permanence in his tone, like I'm here to stay. I might not stick around, I suddenly blurt out, but then I immediately regret it. He took me in when he didn't have to, and I came here willingly. I should be more grateful. But he did threaten to keep me here against my will yesterday, too. You're kind of a prick sometimes, I tell him. Noah jerks his head in our direction, his eyes wide as his gaze darts from me to his father. But Jake makes no move, just sitting there and looking at me with the same amusement on his face. I'm a teddy bear, Tiernan. He stands up, his fingers threaded through the handle of his coffee cup. You still haven't met Caleb yet. I hear Noah laugh behind him, both of them in on some joke I clearly don't understand. I twist around, heading up to my room to clean up. Put on a proper shirt before you go out, Jake yells after me. I snarl to myself, stomping a little harder on the stairs than I mean to. I make your food. It's really not smart to provoke me. I shower quickly, getting the sticky heat off me, as well as the dirt and smell from the barn. I'm pretty sure I'll have to shower again later, just so I can wash my hair. I don't have time right now, though. Running a brush through my hair, I slip on the same baseball cap Noah loaned me this morning and rush out of the room with my little crossbody purse and wearing a fresh pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Jake is actually pretty stocked on food, especially fresh stuff, but in the rush to come here, I'd forgotten to arrange for a few other things I'd need. When I walk outside, Noah is already waiting for me. He sits on a dirt bike with a helmet on his head and another one in his hand. I hesitate for a moment, glancing at the truck behind his bike. Are we driving separately or... What are you doing? I ask, stepping down the wide wooden steps. Taking us to town. He holds the spare helmet out to me, and I look down at it and then back up to him, seeing wisps of his blonde hair hanging over his forehead under the helmet. I raise my eyebrows. We're taking the bike to town? Where are the groceries supposed to go? I ask him. But he just laughs under his breath, turns on the bike, and twists the handle, revving the engine. Climb on. I don't bite, he tells me, and then he shoots me a mischievous look. My little cousins, anyway. I almost roll my eyes. Taking the helmet, I fix it over my baseball cap, but the front knocks the bill of the hat, making the fit uncomfortable. I fumble for a moment, finally pulling off the helmet again, and then the hat. But Noah takes my arms, stopping me. Like this, he says, and he takes the hat, fits it backward onto my head, and then plops the helmet down over it, the bill now resting at the back of my skull. Oh, I'd rather have the cap in town since my hair is in shambles right now, so this works. He fastens the strap under my chin, and I try to avert my eyes, but he has this lazy half smile on his lips that kind of makes my body hum. And blue eyes behind black lashes with the sides of his gray t-shirt cut out to show off golden muscular arms, and he wears persistently scruffy jeans, because he never has to try too hard to impress anyone. I'm jealous. He doesn't have a plan in the world. It might have been a little nice to have cousins growing up. Maybe it would have been fun if I'd spent my summers here, growing up in the sun and the banter and the dirt with him. He makes me less nervous than Jake, too. His eyes meet mine, and I look away, taking over and forcing his hands away as I finish tightening the strap. "You ever been on a motorcycle?" he asks. "No." I climb on behind him, situating my purse to my side as it hangs across my body. "I'm gentle," he assures me. "Ask any girl." "I'm not any girl," I say, sliding my arms around him and locking my hands in front. "You hurt me, and you still have to go home with me and deal with me." "Good point." He snaps the visor on his own helmet down and takes off, making my breath catch in my throat. Jesus. I instinctively tighten my hold and clench my thighs around him as my stomach drops into my feet. The bike wobbles more than a truck, and I dart my eyes side to side, trying to keep my balance, but he's not slowing down, and all I can really do is hold on. He might know what he's doing, but this is new to me. I blink long and hard and then simply look down, keeping my eyes off the road. These hills were a little steep coming up in the truck with Jake. I don't think I need to see us going down on a dirt bike. Is this even street legal? I hold him close, just staring at his t-shirt so I won't look at anything else, but after a moment, I try to loosen my grip on him a little. I'm plastered to his back. I'm probably making him uncomfortable. But he takes one hand off a handle and pulls my arms tighter around him again, forcing my chest into his back. He turns his head, raising his visor. "Hold on," he shouts. Fine. I refasten my hands around him. We ride all the way down the gravel drive and come to the paved road, turning left and heading back the same way I came up 2 days ago, gravity forcing my body into Noah's the entire time. Once we're on blacktop and the terrain is a little more even, I raise my eyes and take in the trees on both sides, as well as the dense wooded areas surrounding us. Slopes, cliffs, and rock falls. I'm seeing the land around us a lot more clearly than when I came up in the dark the day before yesterday. Jake isn't lying. Even with all the trees that will shed their leaves in the winter, there are lots of conifers which will block visibility in the heavy snows. The land changes, gullies suddenly rising into steep cliffs, and the sides of the road are decorated with sporadic piles of rocks that spilled from uncertain land. It's dangerous enough to be up here in good weather. The city won't pay for a truck to shovel snow and salt the roads for one family. Which, I'm guessing, is exactly how my uncle wants it. Does Noah like it that way? His words from yesterday play back in my head. I would leave. I would leave in a heartbeat. You're here and you don't have to be. I have to be here, but I don't want to be. So why does he stay? Jake can't make him. He's a legal adult. We twist and turn, winding down the road as it turns into a highway, and it takes a good 20 minutes before we see the town come into view. A couple of steeples peek out from the tops of the trees, and brick buildings line streets shaded with abundant green maples that I know will be orange and red come October. We come to our first stop sign, and he lifts up his visor now that we're slowing down. "Do you have others?" I ask. "Cousins, I mean." I don't know why I care, but he just shakes his head. "No." And then thinks better of it. "Well, maybe. I don't know." I'm it on his father's side, so that just leaves his mom. Where is she? I haven't known Jake long, but it's hard picturing him domesticated. Were they married? For a moment, it's easy to think well of him, raising 2 boys on his own, but it's also easy to understand how he could drive someone so far up the wall that she ran for the hills. It's on the tip of my tongue to ask Noah about her, but if he tells me something sad, like she's dead or abandoned them at birth, I don't know how to respond to things I can't do anything about. My sympathy just comes off disingenuous. He grips his handlebars, the veins in his forearms bulging out of his skin, and I tighten my hold as he takes off again, entering the main drag of town with all the shops lining the street. We pull up to a store and park, Noah backing into a space and turning off the bike. "I'll teach you to ride if you want," Noah offers as we climb off and remove our helmets. "If you stay." I follow his lead, leaving my helmet on the other handlebar, and turn my cap back around, following him onto the sidewalk. "You barely know me, and I'm not friendly," I mumble. "Why do you want me to stay?" "Because nothing changes up on the peak. Not ever." What does that mean? I enter the store, not responding, because I'm not sure what he's talking about. "Hey, Cheryl," he calls out, and the lady at the counter smiles back at him as she hands a customer her bag. I look around, seeing the store is really small. For crying out loud, there's like 6 aisles. They better have ramen. "Grab what you need," Noah tells me. "I'll meet you at the register." And he heads off, disappearing down an aisle to the right. I take a basket from the stack, thankful he's headed in the opposite direction, and veer off to the back toward the pharmacy. The store is small, but it's kind of cute. It has the turn-of-the-century vibe, with an old-fashioned register and polished wood everywhere. I pass a bar with an old soda fountain and a menu of sundaes and other treats, a couple of patrons sitting on stools and enjoying homemade milkshakes. Stopping at the counter in the back of the store, I quickly look around for Noah before I address the pharmacist. "May I help you?" he says with a smile. "Yes," I say quietly. "I'd like to have a prescription transferred to here, if possible. Do I just give you the phone number of my pharmacy back home?" "Oh, yes." He pulls a pen out of his white jacket and slides a pad of paper over. "That's easy. I'll just call your pharmacy. We can have it refilled for you today." "Cool. The number, please?" I dictate the number, watching him write it down. 213-555-3100. "Your name?" "Tiernan DeHaas. Birth date 11/1 of 01. "And what is the prescription for?" he asks. I glance around for Noah again. It's the only prescription I have with them." He raises his eyes, laughing a little. "I just need the name so I know what to confirm with them." I tap my foot. "Try Spintech." I answer quickly without moving my lips. He nods, as if he's never had an overly nosy and playful cousin who would just love to know why I'm on birth control, and why ever would I need it, locked on a mountain all winter without access to men. I watch him make the call, enter things on the computer, and finally hang up. He looks over at me. "Give me 10 minutes, he says, before he turns around to head into the back. I'm tempted to ask him to fill several months in advance, but I don't know yet if I'm staying, so if I need more to get me through the winter, I'll just come back, with the truck and without Noah next time. Honestly, I don't even need to be on the pill, much less on it all winter, but it's easier to stay on the routine I've been on since I was 14 than to stop and have to start again. I move through the store, finding a few things on my list here and there. Some snacks I like, more sunscreen, the multivitamins I forgot, and some candles. I grab a spare set of earbuds, some pens and paper, and I find the ramen in the last aisle. It's the cheap 47-cent stuff, but I want it. "Hey," a female voice says behind me. I turn, seeing a woman about my age staring at me. "Hi," I say back, but I retreat a step because she's close. She's in tight jeans, work boots, and has long dark hair hanging down in loose curls. Her hands are tucked into a fitted camo sweatshirt, and her full red lips are slightly pursed. "Nice hat," she says. Is it? I don't think I even read what it said before Noah gave it to me, and I put it on. It's not new, though. Thank you. Her red lips are tight and her eyes narrow on me. Does she know me? I haven't met anyone yet. I continue around her, moving down the aisle. "Are you one of the racer's girlfriends?" she inquires, following me as I walk. I glance at her as I pick up a loofah and some body wash. Racer's girlfriends? Oh, right. There's a motocross scene up here. Not sure why she would think that has anything to do with me. No, sorry. I continue down the aisle, but she keeps trailing me. Then where did you get that hat? My hat. I stop and turn my head toward her, opening my mouth to answer, but then I close it again. Have I done something wrong? Who is she? "If you're not with motocross," she asks again, "then how do you get that swag?" "Someone gave it to me," I reply tightly and move up to the register, grabbing a bag of coffee beans on my way. "Is there a problem?" "Just asking," she replies. "You don't live here, do you?" I almost snort. She sounds so hopeful. I keep my mouth shut, though. I'm not sure if this is a small town thing, but where I'm from, we don't dole out personal information just because someone is an uncontrollable nosy Parker. She might think I'm rude, but in LA we call it not getting robbed, raped, or killed. "She does live here, actually." Noah answers her, coming up to my side. "She lives with us." And then he dumps an armful of crap onto the counter and puts his arm around me, grinning at the woman like he's rubbing something in. What's going on? But something catches my attention and I drop my gaze to the pile of stuff he's buying. I narrow my eyes as I count. 1, 2, 3, 8 boxes of condoms. 8. I shoot him a look, cocking an eyebrow. "You sure you don't need the economy size they sell online?" "Can I get it by tonight?" he retorts, looking down at me. I roll my eyes, but I kind of feel like I want to smile or laugh because he's such an idiot. But I hold it back. I look away because I can't respond with anything witty, and he just laughs, his demeanor cooling when he focuses his attention back on the woman. "Step off," he warns her. She looks between him and me and finally walks out as Cheryl starts to ring up our groceries. I pull a couple reusable grocery bags off the nearby rack and drop them on the counter, too. I guess I was right. She was being rude, because Noah seemed out of patience with her on arrival. "Cece Diggins," he tells me, taking out the cash his father put on the table. "Gets real insecure when something prettier comes into town." Meaning me? "She won't be happy about you living with us," Noah adds. "Why?" "You'll find out." He laughs and takes the grocery bags. "I'm going to have too much fun watching this play out." Watching what play out? I frown. I don't like drama. I let Noah carry the stuff outside as I run back to the pharmacy to pick up my prescription. I toss out the bag and slip the credit card-like pill package into my back pocket as I leave the store. As I approach the bike, I see a huge backpack secured in front of the handlebars, and I let out a breath, relieved I wouldn't have to try to carry this stuff and hold on to him on the ride home. I flip my hat backward again and pick up my helmet, seeing Noah staring across the street with his helmet still in his hand. A slight smirk plays on his lips. I follow his gaze. Some guy, the same guy, I think, that came to the house with the group of bikers yesterday, sits at a table at a cafe with a bunch of others, he and Noah locked in a stare. I thought he might be Caleb, but he doesn't look like he grew up milking cows and cleaning horse stalls. The guy is dressed in the kind of jeans that men who deep condition their hair wear, And he looks like his name is Blaine and his favorite type of girls are named Cassidy. You know him, right? I turn back to Noah. He nods. Terrence Halcomb, up-and-coming motocross star. And then he pulls me into his body, and a gasp lodges in my throat as he fastens my chin strap for me. And he's not looking at me, Tiernan. Noah gets close, his chest brushing mine and making tingles spread through my belly, and I suddenly go blank. Who were we talking about again? He leans in, his breath falling across my face, and I notice a 3-inch scar down his jaw as he gives me a wicked little smile. What are you doing? I ask. Why is he so close? But he just smirks again. Rubbing it in, he answers, and then his eyes dart behind me to the guy across the street as he tightens my strap. That you're untouchable to him. Because why? I'm yours? Gross. You're nauseating, I grumble, and he just chuckles, shoving me away playfully and slipping on his own helmet. We climb back on the bike and waste no time heading back toward home. I thought for sure he'd try to diddle around with friends or a girlfriend, but he races through town like he's in a hurry, or in a hurry to get me back. I start putting pieces together in my head. The little show he just put on for that guy in town. Jake's advice that I stay away from local guys. The order to put on a proper shirt before I left today. Father and son don't get along well, but they seem to have that in common at least. Both of them are stifling. It's not entirely awful. I might have liked to see my father act that way from time to time. Really stifling is bad. A little stifling, I don't know. Kind of feels like someone cares, I guess. Maybe I would have liked more rules growing up. Unfortunately for Jake and Noah, I've learned to live without them, so it's a little late. I hold tight onto Noah as he climbs the roads up into the mountains again, but thankfully he's going much slower now because I feel gravity pulling me backward, and I'm afraid I'll slide off the bike. I fist my hands, my muscles burning as I hold on to him. When we get to a spot where the terrain evens out, I loosen my grip to relax my arms for a moment, and he pulls off to the side of the road, the bike resting at the edge of a precipice. My stomach flips a moment, but then I notice the view through the trees below. The town spreads before us in a valley, with the backdrop of the mountains, trees, and land lying in the distance. The great expanse, everything in one picture, makes my heart swell. Wow, I say under my breath. We sit there for several moments, taking in the view, and Noah removes his helmet, running his hand through his hair. You don't talk much, do you? He asks. I blink, coming back to reality. My parents just died. Should I be chatty? But I swallow the words before I can speak them. Their passing isn't why I am the way I am. But I'm not explaining myself just because everyone else has their idea of what normal should be. My dad thinks you resent your parents, and that's why you're not sad about them dying, Noah says, still looking out at the valley below. I think you are sad, but not as much as you're angry, because actually, it was the other way around, wasn't it? They resented you. I harden my jaw. He and his father talked about me? Who says I'm not sad? How would he know anything? Is there some checklist of specified behavior that's acceptable when family members die? Some people commit suicide after a loved one's death. Is that proof they're sadder than me? I drop my arms from his body. We've got the internet here too, you know, he says. Hannes and Amelia de Haas. They were obsessed with each other. He turns his head so I can see his lips as he talks, but I'm frozen. He goes on. And they had a kid because that's what they thought they were supposed to do, and then they realized parenthood wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Raising you took them away from each other. I force the needles down my throat, feeling the tears start to pool, but I don't let them collect. How does he know all that? So they turned you over to whoever they could as soon as you were old enough, he tells me. Boarding schools, sleepaway summer camps, nannies. My chin shakes, and I let it because I know he can't see me. You didn't resent your parents, he finally says. You loved them. Hours later, long after I've gone to bed, I hear his words again. Raising you took them away from each other. They resented you. You loved them. No. I try to back away, but something has my hand, and it aches. I pull and yank, but the pain grows stronger, and I keep taking steps back, but no matter how hard I try, I'm not going anywhere, and I can't get my hand free. What has me? Let go, let go. I loved them once. I did, but I rack my hand, trying to get it loose from whatever has it, but I can't turn, and I can't run. I loved them once, but not now. I don't know. I don't know. My eyes snap open, and I feel my cold thumb against the bare skin of my stomach. I blink and sit up, the pain in my hand throbbing as I wince. I look down and see my hand is caught in my t-shirt, the small hole I went to bed with, now a gaping tear in the shirt. I pull my hand free, fisting it to get the blood flowing again. Shit, I hiss. And then I shoot out my other hand, knocking my alarm clock off the nightstand with a growl. I came here to get space, to get away, but if anything, I'm more fucked up than when I came. 3 days and I'm having nightmares and night terrors for the first time since 4th grade. I don't need this shit. Noah had no business bringing up personal things with me, much less regarding a situation he knows nothing about. If I want to talk, I will. Wiping the sweat off my upper lip, I throw off the covers, turn on the lamp, and hit the ground, digging under the bed for my suitcase. I don't have to go home, but I don't have to stay here. They don't like me. I don't like them. There are tons of places where people will leave me alone. I've always wanted to go to Costa Rica, rent a treehouse, hike with the spiders and the snakes, live amongst the insects of unusual size. All of it sounds worlds better than here. Charging out of the room, I head downstairs, seeing every light is off and hearing the grandfather clock ticking away. Jake will be up in a few hours. I should leave before he wakes. I'm not sure how far I'll get. It'll probably take me 2 days just to walk back to town with my luggage. Swinging around the banister and heading into the kitchen, I open the door to the garage and jog down the 5 steps to the washer and dryer. Chills spread down my legs, bare in my sleep shorts from the cold night, and I open the dryer, pulling out the small load of clothes I'd dried earlier, including Noah's flannel. I pull out a new, clean t-shirt, lifting up my ripped one to quickly change. But the doorknob to the shop door suddenly jiggles. I jerk my head left, dropping my shirt back down. My mouth falls open, and 1,000 thoughts race through my head as I train my ears in case I misheard. Jake and Noah are upstairs asleep, right? It's after 1 in the morning. Less than a second later, the handle shakes again, and a thud lands on the other side of the door. I jump and grab a rusty steel bar off the work table. I stand frozen a moment longer before backing up and deciding to run back in the house to get my uncle. But before I can spin around, the door is suddenly kicked open and I suck in a breath as leaves blow in with the wind, and I see a mess of animal and blood as I stumble back into the railing and fall. I land on my ass and catch myself on my hands behind me, the breath knocked out of me. What the hell? A man steps over the threshold of the shop, wearing jeans and blood running down his bare chest from the dead animal carcass hanging around his neck. I watch, my mouth suddenly dry and my heart lodged in my throat as he walks over to the long wooden table and slings the dead deer, foot-long antlers and all, onto the table and turns around to kick the shop door closed again. I gape in horror. Streams of blood run down his back, covering his spine, and I dart my eyes over to the animal, seeing its head hang limply off the table. I look away for a moment, pushing the bile back down my throat. Is he where the deer came from that was here when I arrived a few days ago, too? Turning around, his eyes meet mine as he heads to the wash basin next to the dryer. He looks away again and turns on the water. I try to wet my mouth, generate any kind of saliva, but the blood all over him. Jesus. I fist my palms behind me. Who? And then it finally hits me. This is Caleb, the older son. He pulls up the hose and leans over the sink, running the water over his dark hair and down his back, cleaning the mess off his body. When he stands up straight again, I watch as he rubs the water over the back of his neck, and I notice a thin, faint tattoo running vertically from the bottom of his skull to his shoulder. Some kind of script. His hands glide down over his stomach, making the muscles there flex and the water drench his jeans. The overhead bulb swings back and forth from the wind he let in, the light hitting him and then the darkness swallowing him up again. But I see him turn his head again, looking at me. His dark eyes fall down my body and stop, zoning in with his jaw flexing, and my stomach flips and then drops, every hair on my body standing on end. The room suddenly feels so small. I inhale a breath. You're, I say, standing up. You're, Caleb, right? He meets my eyes again, and I see that his aren't really dark after all. They're green. But he looks mad. His black eyebrows narrow, casting this shadow over his gaze, and he turns back around as if I'm not here, finishing his washing. He turns off the water and grabs a shop cloth, wiping off his face and neck, and then runs it over the top of his head, smoothing his hair back and soaking up the drenched strands. Hello? What's his problem? Why isn't he answering me? As he turns toward me, though, and tosses the shop cloth into the sink, he meets my eyes again, holding my stare, and then he cocks his head a little. I almost laugh. The gesture makes him look so innocent, like a curious puppy. But then his loaded eyes drop to my stomach again, and his chest rises and falls heavier, and I clench my thighs. Instinctively, I put my hand where his eyes are, and I feel it. The bare skin of my stomach. My breath catches in my throat, and I look down, seeing I'm still wearing my ripped t-shirt, the fabric torn and exposing my belly. I cringe. This whole time. But as I trail my hand, my fingers brush the exposed underside of my fucking breast, and I stop breathing altogether. I pull down my shirt as much as it will go and back up, ready to scramble for the stairs. As soon as I move, he moves, walking right for me. He approaches, droplets of water hanging from his skin, and I dart toward the stairs, but he shoots out his hand, grabs me, and shoves me into the wall instead. What? I gasp, fear curdling in my stomach. He presses his body into mine, taking my waist in one hand and planting his other hand on the wall above my head, and dips his forehead down to mine, looking into my eyes. The embrace is intimate, and it feels like he'll kiss me, but he doesn't. I open my mouth to say something, but his breath brushes my lips, hot and heady, and the room is spinning. He's cold, but I feel warmer inside, like I'm about to sweat. Reaching up, he takes the ribbon I'm wearing and runs it through his fingers before bringing a lock of my hair to his nose and smelling it. Then he dips to the side, running his nose over my ear, up my hairline, and across my forehead, inhaling me, smelling me. It's weird, but I can't move. I shiver, pleasure at the gesture making my body react. My skin tightens, the flesh of my nipples pebbling and chafing against my t-shirt, and I close my eyes for a moment, loving the electric current flowing under my skin. I should push him away. I can't lift my arms for some reason, though. I choke out. I don't think you should. But he reaches between us with one hand, his forehead resting on mine with fire in his eyes as he starts ripping open his belt and undoing his jeans. Whoa, what? My mouth falls open. Wait, stop. I plant my hands on his chest. You can't. What are you? But he presses himself into me, breathing harder with his teeth bared a little, and I feel the hard ridge of him rubbing between my legs. I exhale hard, my eyelids fluttering. He slides his hands down the back of my shorts, cupping my ass as he lifts me into his arms and spins us around. My stomach somersaults and I can only grab onto him as he lands me down on the hood of a car, pulling my ass forward so he nestles between my legs. Caleb, I say, trying to push him away. Caleb. He fists the back of my hair and presses his body into mine as he comes down on my mouth, hungry and wild, kissing me and shutting me up. His tongue dives in and I moan with the throbbing down low. Stop. Holy shit. He rolls his hips into me, faster and faster, breathing hard as he bites and chews at my lips before sucking on my tongue so hard. My thighs are on fire. What the hell is he doing? Fuck! Have we met or something? I finally swallow. Stop! I shout, my pulse ringing in my ears. Stop! Just stop! But he comes down on top of me, forcing me back onto the car, and his hot mouth finds my stomach. I shake my head, tears hanging at the corners because it feels so good, and I don't want it to. I don't want him to go lower. I don't want to wrap my legs around him. None of this feels good or warm, and none of it makes me feel soft on the inside like I could kiss him back. I close my eyes as his lips suck and nibble their way across my stomach, and I feel air hit my left breast, knowing it's popped out from the rip in the shirt again. I feel him pause, and I dig my nails into the car because I know he sees it. I wait for it, wanting to shake my head to stop him, but failing at even trying, and then he catches my nipple between his teeth, his warm mouth sending heat pouring over my whole body. I let out a loud groan, hearing my nails screech across the hood of the car. Please stop, I murmur, but I know he hears me. He growls and yanks me back down to the end of the car, diving for my stomach again as he starts to pull off my sleep shorts. I grit my teeth together. Stop, I mutter. But he doesn't. His kisses only get lower, trailing over my hip bones as he eats me up, and warmth pools between my legs, almost burning with needing something there. Stop, I mouth. He gets my shorts and panties down over my ass and comes down, sucking my lower belly, just an inch above my clit, and I rise up, growling as I slap him across the face. Stop, I said! Stop! He freezes, looking at me in the eye and glaring. Sweat glistens down his neck, and his breathing is ragged as he digs his fingers in my hips, fisting his hands. When someone tells you to stop, you stop, I bark. Can you fucking understand? Are you stupid or something? And he snarls, grabbing me by my upper arms and scowling down at me. A whimper escapes, but I scowl right the fuck back. His chest heaves, and I can feel the heat on his breath and still see the desire in his eyes. And I feel it too, even though I hate to admit it. For a moment there, maybe longer, I wanted to do this. For a moment, I was soft again. It was hard to stop, but this is his fault. I told him to stop like 6 times, and I certainly didn't invite the attention. So his blue balls are on him. I don't have to love the first person I fuck, but I don't want to be scared either. He's like a machine. He glares down at me, not letting go, and I stare back. Whoa, 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 hey, someone says, rushing into the garage. Stop! Man, get off her! Noah comes up, pulling Caleb's fingers off my arms and pushing him away. Dude, she ain't a townie, he tells Caleb, holding his shoulders and looking him in the eye. But Caleb's glower is still on me. I quickly slide off the hood of the car and fix my shorts, seeing his gaze fall down my body again. Not a townie? Like it's okay to treat anyone like that? Dude, look at me, Noah barks at him. Slowly, Caleb pulls his gaze away and finally meets his brothers. It's Dad's brother's daughter, Noah explains, and I hear humor in his tone. Remember? The stepbrother he hates? This is his kid. Noah gestures to me. She's family. She's staying with us for a while. You can't fuck her. And then Noah releases him, laughing under his breath. This isn't funny, I snap, and then I glare at Caleb, now able to finally find my goddamn voice. What the hell is the matter with you, huh? Just cut him some slack, Noah says. He's always starving when he comes back from being in the woods this long. Then eat! That's what he was doing, Noah shoots back, glancing at me. Eating me. Oh, you're fucking clever, aren't you, assholes? Caleb watches me, cocking his head a little to the side again, and then he brings up his thumb, wiping the corner of his mouth like you do after a meal. In the woods. That's what they meant. Caleb disappears into the forest for spells. Maybe he should disappear again. Why do you keep answering for him? I ask Noah. Because he doesn't talk. What? He doesn't speak, Tiernan. Noah turns his head only enough for me to see his lips move. He hasn't spoken since he was 4 years old. I look at Caleb, not sure how to process the information. A touch of pity winds through me, but I think he sees it, because he glares down at me as he refastens his jeans and yanks his belt free, the end of it snapping in the air with his anger. I flex my jaw. Is he deaf too? I snap. I told him to stop. He can hear you just fine. Noah sighs. He's just not used to women. Saying no? Women like you, Noah retorts. Like me. There are plenty of girls like me in town. Caleb casts me one more look before he turns around and heads up the stairs, back into the house, and Noah faces me, his eyes taking in my clothes. I quickly pull my shirt down, but I'm too mad to be embarrassed. I can't remember why I came to the shop in the first place. Mute? He's mute? He can speak. Noah said he hasn't spoken since he was 4, not that he lost his ability to speak when he was 4. Why doesn't he talk? And what does he do in the woods by himself? I still see his eyes looking down at me when he pushed me into the wall and rested his forehead against mine. The way he looked at me. His mouth on my cheeks warm. He won't do it again, Noah tells me, turning around to face me with an amused smile. He didn't know who you were, Tiernan. Sorry. He lingers for a moment longer and then turns to leave, following his brother. And I stand in the garage, staring at the slivers in the hood of the car where I scratched the paint just a few minutes ago. For several minutes, I'm lost in thought about where that would have gone if Noah hadn't come in, if I hadn't forced myself to push his brother away, and how much of it might not have been Caleb's fault. Chapter 7. Tiernan. The next morning, giggles pierce the air, and I open my eyes, blinking away the sleep. That was a girl. Propping myself up on my elbows, I train my ears, hearing the steady rocking of something coming from Noah's bedroom, and then a moan, followed by something banging into the wall. I roll my eyes and fall back to the bed. They really are living their best life, aren't they? Must be nice to have your bed buddies come to you at the crack of dawn every morning. Doors open and close in the house, and I check my phone, seeing it's just after 5:30. Turning my head, I see my unpacked suitcase still laying open on the floor, next to the pile of clean laundry I'd brought up last night. I hadn't finished packing, and I hadn't changed my clothes. I was still wearing the shredded t-shirt Caleb found me in last night. Memories rush through my mind, and my chest starts rising and falling faster as everything that happened in the garage floods me again. Who knew I'd fold so easily? I was so ready to wrap my legs around anyone who showed me the least bit of attention. I close my eyes, still feeling it, the need for him to go lower. My hand finds my stomach under the covers, and for a moment I pretend it's his hand. Did I feel good to him? But I blink, shaking my head. No. I throw off the covers and sit up. His behavior was ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous is he wouldn't have tried to get it on with a complete stranger if it hadn't worked for him in the past. He didn't like what he felt. He was horny, and I could have been anyone. Standing up, I pull off my shirt, noticing a few red spots around the hem, and it only takes a moment before it hits me. Blood. The deer's blood. Ugh. He still had some on him when he was on top of me. I growl under my breath and throw the shirt over to the wastebasket, half of it catching on the rim and hanging over the side. Pulling on a new one, I grab my toothbrush and toothpaste, opening my bedroom door and heading for the bathroom. Moans, cries, and Wow by Post Malone carry out from Noah's room into the hallway, so I rush and swing open the door to the bathroom, seeing my uncle standing there at the sink, a towel wrapped around his waist. I stop, his wet torso and hair glistening in the dim light, and I quickly look away. This is a big house. It would have been prudent to add a second bathroom. I open my mouth to apologize at barging in, but the door is equipped with a lock. It's not my fault he didn't use it. The other door to the bathroom, the one that comes from his bedroom, opens, and I see the same woman appear that was here the other day. She wears a tight red halter-top dress, her long brown hair pulled up into a ponytail, and black heels. She kisses him on the cheek, lingering long enough to nibble at his jaw a moment, and then walks out, squeezing past me with barely a look. I watch her walk down the stairs, disappearing, and then turn my head back around, instinctively glancing at the darkened stairwell leading up to Caleb's room. "Shower?" Jake finally asks. I turn around, meeting his eyes in the mirror as he wipes the toothpaste off his mouth. A drop of water spills down his back. "No, I just wanted to brush my teeth." I turn to leave. "I'll wait." 4 people and 1 shower, he calls out, stopping me. "Don't be shy." "Would you be shy if I were walking around in a towel?" I shoot back. "Seriously." He meets my gaze, an amused tilt to his lips, and he nods. "I'll try to get into the habit of bringing my clothes with me to my shower, okay?" And then clarifies, "I'll try. We've been without a woman in this house a long time." I arch an eyebrow at him. There are constantly women in this house. "You know what I mean," Jake says, knowing exactly what I'm thinking. Whatever. "You don't need to change your habits," I tell him, "if I'm not staying." He glances at me again, and then grabs a can of shaving cream, not saying whatever it is I know he wants to. I walk in, shaking my head a little before wetting my toothbrush and applying toothpaste. I'm not waiting for him to get done. What kind of mountain man doesn't just grow a beard? I recap the toothpaste and toss it down behind the faucet. You showered after work yesterday, I mumble, raising the toothbrush from my mouth. Do you normally take another one in the morning? Only when I get dirty at night, too, he retorts. I falter, darting my eyes up to see him rubbing shaving cream over his jaw and neck without missing a beat, because how else would a man get dirty in his own bed at night? I think of the woman with the toned thighs and red lips who just walked out of here. I blink and start brushing my teeth. You did a good job on the stalls yesterday, he says. I did? The boys have been doing it their whole lives, and they just don't give a shit. It was nice to see it done how I would do it. I nod once, but keep my head down as I brush. He's placating me. Do you have a boyfriend, Tiernan? He asks. I shoot my eyes up at him. He looks at me, shaving foam covering the lower half of his face as he washes off his hands. Back home in LA? He clarifies. Do you have a boyfriend? I spit the toothpaste out, but instead of answering, I go back to brushing. Have you had any men? He asks more bluntly when I don't respond. Whatsoever? I slow my strokes, my breathing turning shallow. Is he asking if I've had sex? Every inch of my clothing touches my skin, and my blood courses hot through my veins. I squeeze the toothbrush in my hand. Spitting once more, I rinse out my mouth and finally raise my eyes, looking at him in the mirror. What does he want from me? You're still a girl, he says, guessing the answer without me telling him. And you still need some raising. I watch him tilt his head back, glide the razor up his neck against the grain. You should stay, he tells me. It's nice having a woman in the house. I watch him, trying not to. The smooth tan skin of his neck revealed with every stroke. The water still clinging to his muscular shoulders and chest. The way the towel hugs the V around his hips. And I blink and cast my eyes away, but I can't help but steal another glance, because I like looking at it. The way he and Caleb may not look alike in the face, but you can totally see they're related when they're half-dressed. Maybe I should tell him about last night, how his son cornered me and tried to screw me on the hood of his car, and how maybe this isn't the safest place for me after all. We don't get along. Noah pushes my bad buttons, and I'm sleeping even worse since I got here. Maybe I should tell him I'm leaving. But instead, I pick up the shaving cream, pour some foam into my hand, and start dabbing it on my face as he stops shaving to watch me. As soon as my cheeks are covered and I look like Santa, I pick up my toothbrush again to use the handle as a razor. You got no idea how to raise girls, I tell him. He smirks at me in the mirror. Want me to make a man out of you then? You can try. And I hold my toothbrush ready. Maybe he'll let me do some man's work then. He snorts and leans over the sink, and I follow, taking his lead. Stroke by stroke, I mimic his technique, against the grain up the neck, with the grain down his cheek and jaw, and over the top of the upper lip. We stand side by side, peering into the mirror, and stopping periodically to rinse off our razors before continuing. He catches my eye and smiles before leading me through the final strokes, but his arm brushing mine makes my heart beat harder as the smell of his clean body fills the bathroom. When we're done and only a few smudges of foam remain, he pulls a towel off the rack and cleans off my face, and for a minute I feel like a kid and want to laugh for some reason. But when he pulls the towel away, he looks down at me, and my hidden smile sinks to the bottom of my stomach, and so does his. He's close. His eyes hold mine, and we stand there, heat filling the room so hot I swallow, seeing his Adam's apple rise and then fall too. Looks like I failed, he says, barely above a whisper. There's no hiding what you are. A girl. He almost sounds remorseful at that fact. He turns away, slowly wiping off his own face. I'm hungry. Pancakes? But I barely hear him, standing there and watching him, and the words flowing out of my mouth before I can stop them. I may never be a man, I tell him, but I won't always be a girl either. I pause, long enough to see him falter and his face fall, and I can't help the small smile that peeks out as I turn and leave the bathroom. Surely I can take on more responsibilities when I'm a woman. I pour some pancake batter onto the griddle, hearing it sizzle as I refill the ladle and pour another circle, one after the other. I watch the batter bubble against the heat, rubbing the smooth surface of my thumbnail. For once, I'm actually happy to be cooking their breakfast. Jake and Noah are outside, taking care of their morning chores, but I still haven't seen Caleb, and rather than hide in my room and dread running into him, I can just stay busy. Why the hell isn't my suitcase packed? After I left my uncle's stunned stupid in the bathroom earlier, I dressed and made my bed, leaving my empty luggage abandoned on the floor. But even if the episode with Caleb last night had never happened, I'm not sure I would have gone through with packing it then either. I lay the ladle in the bowl and pick up the spatula, flipping the pancakes and making the batter splatter. Maybe that's why I always come home on school breaks, too desperate not to be alone. I whip around to grab the plate and see Caleb. I stop. He leans against the refrigerator, staring at me, and my heart jumps as I clench my thighs. How long has he been standing there? His green eyes watch me, the same curious expression he wore last night, and I can't even hear the branches outside blowing against the house because my pulse pounds in my ears. What is he staring at? Locking my jaw, I grab the plate off the island and spin back around, scooping the pancakes onto the plate. He's still dressed in jeans, but these ones are clean, and he looks showered, although his hair is disheveled like he just got up. I guess Jake doesn't hold him to the same standards he holds Noah and me with his 5:30 wake-up calls. His eyes burn my back, but after a moment I hear the fridge open and close, and then feel him approach my side. Is he going to apologize? What if I hadn't been a step-cousin? What if I'd actually been blood when he decided to ignore my protests last night? Slowly, I clear the griddle and dole out 4 more scoops of batter as he pours himself a glass of juice. But even though my eyes are on my task, all I can see is him next to me. He smells like leather, like musky body wash. He must have just showered then. Last night it was rain, trees, firewood, and sweat. He smelled like the woods. Heat pulls between my legs at the memory. I shake my head. For Christ's sake. Leave the juice out, I tell him, but he doesn't listen. He turns around as if he didn't hear me and takes the juice, sticking it back into the refrigerator. You like blueberry? I ask. Buttermilk? I don't give a damn what he likes. I just want him to make me go upstairs and pack my suitcase. Chocolate chip? I keep going, pushing us both. Pumpkin, whole grain? He picks up his glass of orange juice and strolls over to the table, gulping it as he goes on like I don't exist. I tighten my fist around the spatula as I flip the pancakes, breathing hard through my nose. How many would you like? I drone on. 3, 4? I glance over to see if he's nodding or shaking his head or holding up fingers to tell me how many he wants, but he just sets his glass down on the table and pulls out a chair. I pull out the plug of the griddle and add the fresh pancakes to the pile on the plate, grabbing the syrup and forks. The front door swings open and the floor creaks with footsteps as Jake and Noah come barreling in. How do they know when breakfast is ready? I carry the pancakes to the table, setting the plate down in the middle as Noah grabs a glass of milk and Jake washes his hands. both immediately over to the table. Steam from blueberry pancakes wafts into the air as the guys sit down, and I twist around to pick up the plates off the island, my anger still rising. I set a plate down in front of Jake, one down in front of Noah, and the last down in front of me, feeling Caleb's eyes on me because I didn't give him one. I don't cook for you. Noah and Jake must realize something is happening because they stop moving. I glance up, seeing their eyes move between Caleb and me, and I know Noah can guess the tension between us, but I don't know if Jake knows yet. Noah probably didn't talk about last night for fear of getting his brother in trouble. Without blinking, though, Caleb picks up the plate of pancakes in the middle of the table, doles out 3 to Jake, 3 to Noah, and then pauses only a moment, holding my eyes, before dropping the plate back onto the table, right in front of himself, and taking the rest of the pancakes. Picking up the syrup, he pours it on his stack without leaving any for me. Prick. Noah clears his throat, but I can hear the laugh, while Jake sighs, taking his plate and setting it down in front of me. Reaching over to the island, he takes another one and uses his fork to pick a couple of pancakes off Caleb's overloaded plate. You both met already, I see, Jake grumbles. But no one responds as the boys start eating. This looks good, Tiernan, Jake says, trying to ease the tension. Blueberry pancakes are the only thing your father and I don't care. I spit out and push the plate away. Everyone quiets, and I stand up and grab an apple from the fruit basket. Taking a bite, I walk over to fill up my water bottle from the refrigerator. I know I'm being rude, and I'm sorry for it. Maybe I'll take a hike, stretch my legs, give them some space. The kitchen is quiet for a few more moments, but I hear Noah speak up. I'm finishing the Lawrence bike today, he tells his father, I'd assume. The guys are coming. I'm gonna take it out to Ransom's Run. Test it out. Don't take all day, Jake tells him, his tone a bite now. We have more work to do. His patience from a moment ago is gone, and I know I pissed him off. I look over and see him turn to Caleb next as he stabs his plate with his fork. And don't you disappear either, he orders his oldest. All the men fall silent, hurrying through their breakfast, and the tension in the room now thicker than mud. I twist the lid back on and prepare to leave the dishes for them, but when I turn around to go, I catch Caleb staring at me again, except his eyes are on my legs. I wear ripped jean shorts, not too short, and a flannel buttoned up to my neck. I drift my gaze around the table, noticing I have more clothes on than any of them. Jake and Caleb aren't wearing any shirts, and Noah's tee has the sides cut out, giving glimpses of the smooth, tan chest underneath. Caleb's black hair against his sun-kissed face, Jake's toned shoulders and narrow waist, the veins in Noah's forearms, and... I straighten, swallow, and turn around, quickly leaving the room. I need to get out of here. I hit the gas and pull the truck up the driveway until I reach the top of the incline, feeling the gravel kick up under me. Turning off the engine, I take the work gloves off the passenger side seat and hop out of the truck, heading for the bed as I pull them on. You find your way okay? Jake approaches, dropping the tailgate for me. I nod. The guys were helpful? Yes. We both hop up into the bed to start unloading the hay. After breakfast, he'd asked me to take the truck to town to pick up some bales of hay, and I happily agreed once I learned I could go on my own. Some air, some space. It was just as good as a hike, and hey, I got to go to my first tack and feed store. Thankfully, it sported no racks with tabloids for sale, so I was able to avoid news from home. Music and laughter come from the garage, and I look over, seeing a group of motorbikes parked off to the side. Must be the friends Noah was talking about when he said he was taking the bike out today. A couple of women hang out nearby, as others talk in the garage, and I watch them in their jeans and summer tops, laughing and smiling. How much longer will the weather be nice enough to ride? Seems like fun. Jake and I unload the hay, gripping the wires and hauling each bale over to the stable. One of the girls smiles as I pass. None of them wear makeup, no fancy manicures, and no stylish clothes, but they don't need it. They're pretty, dressed to play, and for a moment, I want to be one of them. I carry a bale into the barn, walking it down to a stall. Is Caleb going with them? How does he get along with friends without speaking? Does he have friends? I mean, if he's like that as a mute, can you imagine what would come out of his mouth if he spoke? I shake my head. Curiosity swirls in my mind over what happened to him at the age of 4 that made him stop talking, but I push the thought away. We've all got problems. I want to hear you, someone pants. I slow as I hit the stall. Show me what you want me to do, she whispers. I almost drop the hay. Her voice is barely audible, so soft like she's hanging on by a thread. I set the hay down, taking a step back. It could be anyone. There's lots of people here right now, and I don't want to be embarrassed. Slowly, I retreat. But then I hear a grunt, a shuffle of hay, and a small cry. I halt. I'm gonna make you moan, she tells him. You're gonna like it that much. I don't know why, but I take a soft step forward. Following the sounds to the far stall at the end of the stable, I get to the door with the top half partially open and listen closely again. Come on, she moans. I hold my breath and peer through the crack in the door. Skin and hands fill my view as he threads his fingers through her long black hair, and she kneels between his legs and sucks his. I look away for a second, heat rising to my cheeks, but her soft little whimpers draw my attention again. Her head moves up and down on him, her hands running up his jean-clad thighs and gripping his belt, pulling his pants down more so that I see his hips and the curve of his ass. I can't see her face, and I can't see what she's doing to him, but I know. I slide my eyes up, taking in his muscles, skin, shiny with sweat again, and before I get to his face, I know who it is. Caleb has his head tilted back, his eyes closed, and breathes hard as he grips her hair, forcing her up and down on his cock. The muscles in his forearms flex, and his hair damn near hangs in his eyes, but I watch his face, the woman forgotten. Sweat dampens the ends of his hair, sticking to his skin, and his lips tighten periodically because he likes it. I hear her moan, even with him in her mouth, and he pulls her down on him again and again as his eyebrows pinch together. And then his eyes open. His head tilts forward again, and his gaze pins me through the crack like he knew I was here the whole time. Shit. I stop breathing again. My body tenses and shame burns my skin, but he starts moving faster, pumping himself into her mouth now as his eyes burn a hole right through me. My mouth opens because it's the only thing that will move. I don't even see her anymore as he leans forward into her, one hand still in her hair and one hand holding a sideboard as he fucks her mouth. His hips pump faster and faster, his eyes suddenly piercing like they did last night when he pushed me into the wall and smelled me. A drop of sweat falls down my stomach under my flannel, and I almost find myself starting to move with him, entranced. I lean into the door, soaking up the only few centimeters closer I can get. She groans. He and I stare at each other, and all I see is how he would have moved with me last night, if I hadn't stopped him. But then a moan escapes, and I don't realize it came from me until I see the corner of his mouth curl into a smile. I suck in a breath, finally realizing what the hell I'm doing. Fuck. I turn away, putting my hand over my mouth and squeezing my eyes shut. Shit. Behind me, I hear him grunt under his breath and then hiss, fast, heavy breathing pouring in and out of his lungs as I lean against the stall, listening to him come. I shudder, she whimpers, and I run, out of the stable and into the late morning air. Why did I do that? What the hell was I doing? A light layer of sweat covers my back, and I wish I had a tank top on under this so I could pull off the long-sleeved shirt. He's vile. Jake was right. He and Noah are nothing compared to that. And I'll bet he enjoys himself, too, reaping all the benefits of playing the mysterious, tortured soul who doesn't speak, but it's just so alluring and sweet because women want to save him. I don't care what happened to him when he was 4. And I did nothing wrong. I heard a cry. I went to look. Shock prevented me from moving once I saw what it was. That's it. I pull Noah's baseball cap off and turn it around, the bills shielding me from the sun as I head back to the truck where Jake is sweeping out the bed. "Hey, Tiernan," I hear Noah call. I tense, wondering if he saw me watching his brother. Turning around, I see everyone loading onto their bikes, the 2 girls I saw earlier climbing onto their own, and Noah smiling from his. I raise my eyebrows. "You want to come with us?" he asks. I look behind him, recognizing the guy from town yesterday. Terrence, the one he apparently doesn't like, but I guess they travel in the same circles, and it's a small town, so. He pulls on his helmet, a smile in his eyes as he watches me. I glance at Jake for a way out. He jumps down from the bed, jerking his chin at me. "I have to make a run to town anyway. Go ahead," he tells me. "Have fun, but stay with Noah." My stomach sinks. I don't like being around people I don't know. I don't like being around people. When I turn back around, though, I see Caleb strolling out of the stables, pulling his shirt on, and the girl he had in the stall following him. The girl from the store yesterday, the one who tried to get in my face. I stare at her, tight jeans, loose green tank top, long black hair, and a brick sits in my stomach. "Come on." Noah holds a helmet out to me. "Ride with me." And for some reason, I kind of want to now. My feet move without thinking. I walk over to Noah, meeting Terrence Holcomb's eyes for a moment as I pass. But as soon as I stop at Noah's bike, turn my cap around and reach for the helmet, another hand shoots out and pulls it away before I can get to it. I look up, seeing Caleb. He only hesitates a moment, glaring down at me, before tossing the helmet to the ground and away from me. Taking my arm, he pulls me away from the bikes, and I stumble and straighten just in time as he walks into me, forcing me backward. My heart hammers in my chest as he stares down at me, and then he jerks his chin toward the house. He doesn't have to say a word for me to know he's ordering me inside. Away from them, away from him. "Caleb," I hear Noah chide. But snickers and snorts break out around the group, and despite the twinge of anger I feel, my eyes start to burn. Away. He looks down at me, jerking his chin again. Away. You're not going. Jake stands in the truck bed, suddenly aware something is going on, and I clench my jaw to fight the tears. Suddenly, I want nothing more than to be away, where I can't be seen or looked at or detested. "No, it's fine," I say quietly to Noah, choking on the tears in my throat. And I back away, turning for the house. "Tiernan," Jake calls, but I cut him off. "I didn't want to go anyway," I tell him, my eyes watering. "Sounds boring." And I jog up the stairs and walk into the house, hearing the engines rev, and after a moment, the high-pitched whir of them speeding away. I head for the staircase, but I halt in the middle of the living room, realizing there's nothing up there for me either. Another closed door, another place to hide, another room to pass the time until... I drop my eyes, needles prickling the back of my throat. Until I don't have to worry about being seen. My chin trembles and a tear falls. I swipe it away. I don't want to think, because then I'll be fucking alone and that's all I ever am. The truck fires up outside and I close my eyes, thinking I should be relieved my uncle is leaving too. I should be thankful he didn't come in after me. Neither one of us is the heart-to-heart kind, are we? He's giving me space. But he just leaves, the sound of his engine disappearing down the road, and I stand there for less than a minute before setting off upstairs and opening my bedroom door. I bypass my suitcase, still laying empty on the floor, and grab my backpack, double-checking my little first aid kit is inside, and take my sunscreen, stuffing it in the front pocket. Pulling my phone off the charger, I leave the room and head downstairs, filling up a water bottle and packing a few snacks. I walk toward the front door, but then I stop, remembering. Protection. I head back through the kitchen and open the door to the garage, stepping down the few stairs and gazing at the row of rifles on the rack. I wish I didn't have to carry one. I'd look like an idiot, or a terrorist walking down Ventura with a firearm slung over my shoulder. But my uncle is right. This isn't the city. I could run into trouble. I chew my lips, no idea what I'm really looking at. I don't know about preciseness or ease of use, so I just grab the one I know how to use and open the drawer underneath, finding the bullets. Loading the weapon, I swing the strap of the rifle over my shoulder. Quickly, I sift through my uncle's tools, finding a flashlight, and then grab a clean towel off the basket on top of the dryer. I put everything in my pack, zip it up, and pull it on, ready to go. Stepping out of the shop and around the house, I head for the woods, climbing the steep incline Jake took me through on the horse the other day. I think I remember the way. It's a straight shot up and around some rocks, and then I continue on, going deeper into the trees. There should be a worn path, I would think. I should text my uncle and let him know where I'm going, but instead I keep my phone tucked away in my pocket. Reaching the top of the hill, I follow the dirt path around some boulders, keeping my eyes open and my ears trained. But after a few minutes, the headache that always seems to be aching around the back of my head fades away, and I inhale deep breaths, smelling the needles of the evergreens and the wet earth under my shoes. Maybe I should turn back and put on Noah's old boots he loaned me yesterday, but I can't care that my sneakers have zero traction right now. My stomach is unknotting, and all I can hear is the creaking of the trees and the water coming from somewhere. After a while, I'm not even paying attention to my surroundings anymore. I follow the trail I'm not sure is an actual trail, but it winds through the trees, guiding me deeper into the quiet and the solitude, and I peer through to see if I can make out the peak in the distance, but it's too thick. I take off Noah's hat and shake out my locks, the breeze feeling good on my scalp and the wind clearing my head. I close my eyes. But suddenly, I hear a rock fall behind me, bouncing off a boulder or something, and I jerk around, scanning the woods I just walked through. The pulse in my neck throbs as the sunlight streams through the trees to the forest floor, and I train my eyes, trying to see around trunks and rocks. I reach to my side, clutching the butt of the rifle. If it's an animal, I won't see it until it wants me to. I swallow, trying to catch sight of anything, but there's nothing, no movement. I remain still for a few more moments, making sure nothing is there, and turn around, occasionally looking over my shoulder and keeping my eyes open just in case. It's probably nothing. Trees fall, rocks spill, animals scurry. I reach the top of another steep incline, the land leveling out, and look at the trail ahead, trying to remember how much farther it is. But then I look left, doing a double take, and see it. I smile, like actually smile. I head for the pond Jake and I passed the other day, relieved I didn't get lost. I climb down the rocks and come to the little beach and look out at the rock walls surrounding the water. Lush foliage hugs the sides, trees tower overhead, but there's enough sunlight getting through to shimmer across the still water. It's empty, no people, no noise, and the warmth of the sun feels good. I debate for a moment if I should strip, glancing around as if someone may be watching, but I decide to keep my clothes on, or most of them. I set the rifle down and drop my pack before unbuttoning Noah's shirt. Wearing a sports bra underneath, I pull off his shirt and drop it to the ground with my hat, starting my Spotify playlist on my phone and setting it down before walking into the water with my sneakers on. I'll get dry on the walk back. I'd rather not be in my underwear if anyone shows up, or shoeless if an animal does. I wade out and then shoot off, look back at it playing as I swim out to the middle of the small pond. Another smile I can't hold back spreads across my face. This feels good. The cool water sending chills over my body, giving me a sudden burst of energy, and I dive down and then come back up, my hair now soaked and slicked back. Lying back, I float, the weightlessness and water in my ears making me feel alone, but not lonely for once. I glide my fingers under the water, my hair floating around me, and I smile again, because it's the first time since I've been here that the world feels like a big place. It helps to get outside, to get lost a little. I always forgot that. A faint rumble hits my ears, and I lift my head up, treading water as I see a dirt bike pull up to the beach. My face falls, and my body tenses. Who is that? He takes off his helmet, a dark blonde head coming into view as his hair sticks up, kind of all messy sexy, and it takes me less than a second to recognize Terrence Halcomb, whom I've yet to actually meet. "Hey," he calls out, climbing off his bike. I don't respond. What is he doing here? I look and listen. Are they all coming? He heads for the water, pulling off his boots and socks, and I realize he's coming in. Keeping his jeans on, he walks into the pond, pulling off his shirt and tossing it back to the rocks. He reaches down and scoops up some water, splashing it on his face, running it over his hair and down the back of his neck, and wetting his chest. Love the tribal tattoos. Wonder which tribe he belongs to. I almost snort. He tips his chin at me. "How's the water out there?" "Cold." He dives in, submerging completely and heading straight for me. He pops up, splashing and smoothing his hair back, grinning. I start moving off to the side so I can swim around him and get out. "Relax," he tells me. "Not everything with a penis is a threat." Which is exactly what someone with a penis would say. "You're Tiernan, right?" he says, and then cocks his head. "Terrence Halcomb." I pause, treading water. "I thought you all went to ride bikes." He smiles. "They went to ride. I snuck off." "You followed me." He must have overheard me say I wanted to go for a hike when we were all back at the house and guessed I'd wind up here. I start swimming for the shore. "If you go," he says, "I don't know if I'll be able to get you alone again." I turn my head, looking at him. "They're very protective of their property." I stop and face him, my feet touching the ground now. "I'm not their property." "Everything on their property is their property." He circles me, the water coming up to both our shoulders. "They live by different rules up here, Tiernan." As much as I'd like to argue with him, I think Jake, Noah, and Caleb would agree with him. Jake's warning about local guys, Caleb sending me back in the house instead of letting me join them on the motorcycles, Noah and his possessiveness in town yesterday. "What do you want?" I ask him, changing the subject. Your Chapel Peak's shiny new toy, he tells me. Just checking you out. I raise my eyebrows. Yeah, that sounded cheesier than I thought it would, he mumbles. Sorry. Why? I reply. Toys are meant to be played with. His mouth drops open and we stare at each other as the loaded words hangs between us. And then, as if on cue, we both start laughing at the same time. That had extra cheese, he teases. Yeah, but you seemed a little hopeful for a second there. Neither of us make a move to get out, just continue to tread water and circle each other slowly. See any alligators yet? He asks. I narrow my eyes. Huh? In the pond, he explains. We have some in here, you know. Oh? No, actually, they left, I tell him. I did see some unicorns, though. He chuckles, knowing it will take more than that to mess with me. Very good, he says. My ex totally fell for that one. She was so dumb she thought the District of Columbia was America's new state. I slide my hands through the water, my body drifting back out into the pond again, and him inching, getting closer. His eyes zone in, intense as they calmly watch me, and my stomach flips. I know what he wants. Will he feel like Caleb did? Do you have a boyfriend? He asks, his deep voice almost a whisper. Do you care? He smirks. I think you need one. Please. Judging from the look in his eyes, he wouldn't care if I were married. And I'm not looking for an attachment. Maybe the Vanderbergs are right in how they live. They get what they need when they need it, and they don't have to be held accountable because they may as well live on the far side of the moon for 6 months out of the year. No woman, no sane person wants that life. Perfect situation for them. Maybe me too. They go to town every Friday night, Terrence tells me, inching closer. To have some fun. I smile to myself. They don't need to go to town for that. Town comes to them. They always get the prettiest ones, too, he goes on. Until now. The prettiest one they'll keep home and to themselves, won't they? I tense. He comes in closer, but I don't back away. What if I were to come up here Friday night when you're alone? He says, low. Would you let me in the house? His body is so close, and I fist my hands in the water because there's an ache low in my belly that won't go away, and maybe I should act. Maybe I should do something I would never, because I want to feel, and because the ache has been there since my first morning here and the horseback ride. Would you want to have some fun of your own? Terrence taunts. I swallow, letting my imagination wander for a split second. We could do it now, I guess. Right here on the beach, probably for hours before anyone came to find me. The guys get their fun. Why shouldn't I? I'll never see this man after I leave anyway. He swims into me, backing me up and walking into me. When I get only waist deep, he wraps an arm around my waist and pulls me in. I plant my hands on his chest. No. His eyes drop and he smiles at what he sees, and I look down, noticing my breasts visible through my wet bra. My nipples hard, little points. I pull my arms up, covering myself. Unlike last night when I couldn't even summon the will to stop Caleb's mouth. Terrence takes my face and pulls me in, but before I can pull away, motorcycles whir from somewhere in the trees, and we both jerk our heads toward the sound. Caleb and Noah race up and stop just above the rocks, Noah immediately kicking down the stand and jumping off. Get the fuck out of there, he growls at me. Now! I jump. Noah heads down to me and I look over, seeing Caleb climbing off his bike with a gun? Is he kidding? Caleb stands by his bike, staring at Terrence with his head tilted and his expression calm. A shotgun hangs casually at his side in his hand. A shotgun. They're all out of their minds. I scramble out of the pond, dripping wet as I grab my backpack and shirt off the ground. But as I dive back down for the rifle, Noah snatches it up and takes my wrist, pulling me after him. I stumble over the rocks. Jesus fucking Christ! Terrence whines behind me, and I look back to see him walking out of the water with his arms outstretched at his sides in a challenge to my cousins. What are you gonna do with that, Caleb? Huh? He grins as Caleb loads a shell. Shit. Noah pulls me to his bike to climb on behind him. Get on now. But Terrence pipes up again, and I hesitate. You're not gonna be able to keep her to yourself, he tells Caleb and Noah. She's the prettiest thing we've all seen in a while, and I'm just trying to get in there before all the dogs start barking at your front door for a piece of that sweet little snatch. I cringe, and Caleb cocks his gun. Now, Tiernan, Noah barks, and I climb on, hugging my backpack and shirt with one hand and holding on to Noah with the other. Noah starts the bike and turns it around as I hear Terrence's voice behind me. See you soon, Tiernan. And Noah races off, taking us back down the mountain. But as we speed away, I look behind me one more time and catch sight of Caleb still standing in the same spot, staring at Terrence as he clutches the gun at his side.